And here it is. It is here. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to mill. Here it is. It is here. Here I am. Hope you're there. That thing that is done round about this time is being done exactly at this time. So if you are available, then avail yourself of the session. You know what goes on here. So are you going on with it? Is the question. The usual protocols, if you are coming in, just click on the like button, and then if you're not subscribed, then click on the subscribe button as well. So that way you would have fulfilled all righteousness. So fulfill all righteousness. One man went to mow, the eagle has landed.
Anthem, Mr. Albert Congo raises the flag of the new nation.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hang on to our children a banner without stain. Oh God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed.
And there you heard it. That was for the benefit of those who may be new to time and space. That was the first anthem of the Nigerian state. So that was the independence anthem of the Nigerian state, Arise, O Compatriot. So Arise, O Compatriot, as guys, I bring you this. Obasanjo lied that Buhari overwhelmed by insecurity. Lai Mohammed, of course, accusing somebody of lying. So that is a turn up for the books, isn't it? Again, the headline, Obasanjo lied that Buhari overwhelmed by insecurity, a headline attributed to the spin doctor of the administration, Lai Mohammed. Here are the reasons we sacked Abuja Imam Sheikh Khali. National Assembly Mosque Committee says in a letter. So they are now feeling the weight of that pressure for that person speaking truth to power. The price, of course, a sacking. And that's the mildest that could have been the penalty, the usual penalty for being critical of the Buhari administration. If you are lucky, the DSS picks you up and they throw you in a dungeon till eternity. But the usual custom is they just send Yusuf Biti to go and shoot you. This is what you get for criticizing Buhari. So this imam got off lightly by my reckoning. Here are the reasons we sacked Abuja Imam Sheikh Khali. National Assembly Mosque Committee says in a letter. So how they quite justify the indefensible, we find out shortly. We find this out shortly as well. Biafra, IPOB speaks on Buhari ordering Nnamdi Kanu's release. So that sounds to me like a total nonsense, of course. We cannot imagine that Buhari would ever order that. But then, of course, that space, we know it for nonsensical pronouncements. Abuja Imam, Sheikh Khalid sacked, banned from mosque for criticizing Buhari over killing. So I'll read this before the one that I earlier read out because that seems to be how it should sequence. So we follow that sequence. from that, we go on to this. Insecurity. Buhari does not deserve to be a Nigerian president, says Sultan-led Jumaat Nasril Islam Council. So an association, of course, headed by the Sultan of Sokoto, lambasting and lamenting. It's just the state of insecurity. They've tolerated and accepted him, even backed him for as long as they can. But now the bloodletting is just blood curling, the bloodletting. And nobody really can stomach just this. The ineptitude and the ineptitude of the Buhari administration and the savagery of his clansmen, the Fulani, is a heady mix. So the two collide to make an impalatable dish for the Nigerian space. Gumi blast Sheikh Khali describes anti-government sermon as misplaced judgment. So Sheikh Gumi, of course, is spokesperson of anything banditry. So this comes as no surprise to anybody. So the Sheikh Khali was locked up. Well, he's not been locked up yet. Of course, they'll lock him up at some point. It's almost inevitable, but he's certainly sacked from his position. Showore locked up, Kanu locked up, Agbajalingo locked up, everybody critical locked up. But this one that says he's actively promoting the interest of the bandits, he continues to pin and pick up within the Nigerian space. Gumi blast Sheikh Khali describes anti-government sermon as misplaced judgment. So quite just the ridiculousness in play there, we just find out shortly. Abuja government anti-government sermon. Abuja Imam now sacked mosque committee. So we might just move that over to read that in that sequence as well. And then we finally land on this. God called me 3 times and said ATIKU is our next president. Is that noted, never fails prophet within the Nigerian space, of course, DINO MELAYE. He has come again. God called me three eyes and said ATIKU is our next president, a headline attributed to the Baba Salah from Kogi State, DINO MELAYE. So that is the menu. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax. The usual protocols, as I said, click on the subscribe button, click on the like button, and then relax into it. Get your calabash at the ready as we join the K Guides to ease us in to the session. So, to the K Guides.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido, hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido, hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé ṣọ́bí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Ṣọ́bí master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ pàdé o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is. Pardon me. And there it is right there. The care guides. Iku Koniru Agbeshe, you already know the potency of that prayer. May death have nothing to do with us. So Iku Koniru Agbeshe, Iku Koniru Agbeshe, as guys, I bring you this. Obasanjo liked that Buhari overwhelmed by insecurity, a headline attributed to Lai Mohammed. Minister of Information and Culture Lai Mohammed on Monday said that the Buhari administration was not overwhelmed by insecurity. Mr. Mohammed said this on TVC program this morning whilst condoling with the families of the victims of the recent Abuja Kaduna train attacked by bandits. According to the minister, the Buhari regime was fast tracking the installation of some security gadgets on railway tracks to ensure adequate surveillance. The federal government is working towards ensuring that such an incident does not recur. One of the things that the government wants to do is to fast track the installation of a surveillance and monitoring system, not just in the Abuja Kaduna track, but all over the railway. But also rather on the Lagos Ibadan and Warri Itakpe rail tracks to ensure that at any given time we will be able to monitor from the control room, he said. Mr. Mohammed said the military and other security personnel were doing their best in stemming insecurity and have recorded successes in their fight against terrorism. We must give kudos to our military. You know that we are not fighting a conventional war but terrorism. Hence the need for everyone to support the security agencies so as to win over the menace. The federal government has also given the military the enabling environment to continue in the fight against terrorism and banditry. So there it is right there. They are winning the war. This is just I mean, what more can you say other than just uh, to throw your hands up in abject surrender? So that's just just the ridiculousness of it. I'm glad that it's not denying that this is not happened. We remember, of course, what he did within SARS. But this now is a story that I did not highlight, but let me bring it to you anyway. 2023, Oshiomhole declares interest in Edo North senatorial seat. So the luster and the allure of governance is something that these people that they cannot do without. It's something like a drug to them. So forget the money, the importance, the paraphernalia, the office, the retinue of security personnel, all of their accoutrements is really what these people anchor after. So he's missing that now and he throws his heart into the ring. Again, 2023, Oshiomhole declares interest in Edo North senatorial seat. So he wants to go to the Senate to make noise. Former governor of Edo State Adams Oshiomhole has declared his intention to contest under the All Progressive Congress to represent Edo North senatorial district in the 2023 election. He made the declaration at an enlarged APC meeting held in his country home, Iyamo, in Isako West local government area of Edo on Monday. The former governor said that he took the decision after due consultation with the people of his constituency, friends, family, and political associates. Many people have been asking me if I will run for Senate, but I pleaded with them to wait until our national convention when I would have made up my mind. Now that the APC convention is over and we now have a new national working committee, I have decided to contest for the Senate come 2023, Mr. Oshiomhole said. He said his decision to contest for the upper chamber seat is to provide purposeful leadership for the people of his district, noting that the Senate should not be seen as a sabbatical leave for ex-governors. My intention to vie for the senatorial seat is to ensure that the voice of Afemia land is heard and my concept of empowerment will be modified, not just giving keke napep, generators, and motorcycles. We should be thinking of how we can bring infrastructural development to our people, he said. The ex-governor promised to meet the incumbent senator, Francis Alamekane, who has expressed intention to contest for a third term to resolve who will fly the ticket for the party. You all know how the incumbent became the candidate for Edo North Senatorial District. He was denied the PDP ticket and we allowed him to fly our party's flag, which he has used twice to represent us. We voted for him twice, and there is nothing wrong in him voting for me in return. I will personally meet with him because I want us to keep the Afamia unity together, and I think he will be the Director General of my campaign team for the election. So I have resolved to contest, and I am sure to get the ticket and become the candidate to represent Edo North Senatorial District come 2023, he said. Earlier, Mr. Mike Afegbua, a member APC Board of Trustees and the Deputy State Chairman of APC, Jariat Tanibe, said the senatorial ticket was given to Mr. Oshomole to provide leadership and rescue Edo North. High points of the meeting was a motion moved by the former APC chairman, Isako West Local Government Area of Edo State, Alhaji Abubakar Akokai, which suggested that the Senate seat be taken from. Okay, so that doesn't really matter. So essentially, Oshomole contesting for Senate. That's the takeout from that. Anti-government sermon. Abuja Imam now sacked. Mosque committee. Chief Imam of Akko Legislative Quarters Mosque, Sheikh Khali, has been sacked for delivering a sermon that criticized the government over killings in Nigeria. Correspondents had reported that the Imam was suspended by the steering committee of the mosque on Saturday, but the chairman of the mosque committee, Senator Saudu Dansadau, announced on Monday that Khalib's suspension had been upgraded to a sack. He said Khalib was sacked for not being remorseful despite his suspension as the Imam of the mosque. This is despite the public outcry that Khalib should be reinstated. Khalib had, in his sermon, lambasted the government for its inability to effectively tackle the country's security situation. He had also called on the electorate not to vote for any politician who cannot guarantee the safety of lives and property. In the statement confirming Khalib's suspension, the mosque committee said the sanction was due to his call for Muslims not to vote unless questions had been answered. The committee also described the cleric's stance as anti-Islamic. Part of Khalib's sack letter obtained by correspondents read, "We regret to inform you that from today, April the 4th, 2022, you have been disengaged from the services of the mosque. This action is occasioned by the non-remorseful attitude you exhibited following your suspension on April the 2nd. Akamakala. So I don't know what that means. Hopefully I'm not saying that. Akamakala. Akamakala. You know better than me by the teaching of Islam. The essence of administering punishment is to correct behavior. Unfortunately, your media reaction to the suspension creates the impression that you are not remorseful, not to talk of humbly reflecting on the consequences of your utterances. Leadership demands a great sense of responsibility. If our words do more harm than good to the larger interest of the country or the public, we have a responsibility to maximize restraint for good of the public. It is obvious, however, that you don't seem keen to modify your Friday sermon to be reflective of the volatility of the security situation in the country. You are an influencer. Your words carry a lot of weight, and your words can make or mar our situation. Your words can be taken advantage of by mischief makers, those responsible for these security challenges, or enemies of the country for their devilish agenda. As leaders of the mosque, we have a sacred responsibility to avoid of utterances that are capable of making a bad situation worse. That is our concern. So essentially, they sacked him from suspension to sacking. That is it. So Abuja Imam Sheikh Khali sacked, banned from mosque for criticizing Buhari over killing. So I think that is what we've just read. So we skip through that. Here are the reasons we sacked Abuja Imam Sheikh Khalib. National Assembly Mosque Committee says in a letter, the National Assembly Mosque Zone E, Akpo Legislator Quarters, Gudu District, Abuja, has sacked Sheikh Nuru Khalib as the chief imam of the mosque. The Islamic cleric was initially suspended for his anti-government sermon during the Jumat service on Friday. He criticized the government for its inability in dealing with the rising insecurity in the country. Saudu Mohammed Dansadau, chairman of the mosque committee, said the cleric's teaching of political apathy was un-Islamic. Consequently, he was suspended from his position. Reacting to his suspension, Khalib said only God could give or take power from anyone. In a letter addressed to the Imam on Monday, the mosque committee told the Imam that he had been relieved of his duties at the mosque. The committee said he had shown no remorse despite his suspension. It said his reaction did not show any form of regret following his sermon. We regret to inform you that from today, the 4th of April 2022, you have been disengaged from the services of the above mentioned mosque. This action is occasioned by the non-remorseful attitude you exhibited following your suspension on the 2nd of April this year. Akamalakala. Okay, so I think this goes on to repeat what we've just now read. So, but it does show a copy of the letter, so it's essentially a repeat of what we just read. But this now a new development, but still within that space. Sacked Abuja Imam gets new appointment. Sacked Chief Imam of National Assembly Mosque Zone E, Akpo Legislative Quarters in Abuja, Sheikh Nuru Khalib, has been appointed by the Management Committee of a new Jumat Mosque behind the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN Quarters, Abuja. Correspondence Len. He is to lead the congregation with effect from Friday, April the 8th. Khalib was sacked hours ago by the mosque's steering committee for criticizing President Mohammed Buhari over last Monday's attack on an Abuja Kaduna train. So during the sermon, he flagged the government over its failure to tame the escalating insecurity and killings in the country. He, however, described the termination of his appointment by the mosque management committee as a necessary price he had to pay for identifying with the suffering masses and speaking truth to power. Khalif said, by the grace of Almighty Allah, I will be leading my new congregation this Friday because as clerics, we need a platform to operate. There is a Jumat mosque we built behind the CBN quarters in Abuja. I will now be leading the congregation there. So there it is right there. So that's a political move on behalf of whoever administers that mosque. So from that to this, IPOB speaks on Buhari ordering Nnamdi Kanu's release. The indigenous people of Biafra IPOB on Monday reacted to claims that President Muhammad Buhari had ordered the release of his leader, Nnamdi Kanu. There were reports that Buhari ordered the release of IPOB leader from detention. Kano had been incarcerated since 2021 June when he was arrested in Kenya and repatriated to Nigeria. The IPOB leader was arraigned before Justice Binta Nyako-led Federal High Court sitting in Abuja upon return to Nigeria. The IPOB leader was arraigned on charges bordering on terrorism, but reports surfaced online that the president ordered the release of the IPOB leader. However, IPOB spokesman Imam Powerful dismissed such reports. In a chat with correspondent, Powerful said, "That is April Fool, and IPOB will not be moved by mere talk without action." IPOB bigger than that. So April Fool, it seems as though that narrative is. So moving swiftly on, but still with Buhari and insecurity, but this now a different set of Muslim sects speaking still to that insecurity. Insecurity, Buhari does not deserve to be president of Nigeria, says Sultan-led Jumat Nasril Islam Council. The Jumat Nasril Islam has said any government incapable of protecting its citizens has lost the moral justification for being in power. JNI, which is the umbrella body of Northern Muslims, is headed by Saud Abubakar III, the Sultan of Sokoto. According to the group, the essence of government and governance is solely to protect the five principal cardinal rights of the human race, the most important of which is life. The religious body was reacting to the killings and terrorist attacks under the Mohammed Buhari-led government, particularly the recent attack on the Abuja-Kaduna train. Correspondents had reported how terrorists bombed the Abuja-Kaduna train en route Rigasa destination with hundreds of passengers on board. During the attack, many passengers were kidnapped, others shot dead, and an uncertain number of passengers also sustained various degrees of injury. JNI, in a statement signed by its Secretary General Dr. Khalib Aliyu, said terrorists in the country were becoming bolder and more belligerent by the day, adding that they now operated as they wished. The statement reads, "The well-orchestrated incident remains highly condemnable, reprehensible, and upsetting to every rational mind. Any government that is incapable of protecting the lives of its citizens has lost the moral justification of being there in the first place." This is enunciated in sections 31(1) of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So it's not even the Quran that they're throwing at him anymore. They've gone beyond that. They're now throwing the Constitution at him. This is the Islamic group. It appears that the continuous callous act of mayhem, killing, and arson happening almost on a daily or weekly basis around us, either within communities and or on the roads we ply, has automatically reset our human psyche that we now have accepted such dastardly acts as part of our lives to the extent that we no longer feel it. The humanity in us is slowly being eroded, thereby making us adapt to the new normal within which we unfortunately found ourselves. In Islam and by all global standards, the essence of government and governance is solely to protect the five principal cardinal rights of the human race, the most important, which is life. Terrorists are now becoming bolder and more belligerent by the day. They operate in any area of their choice at any time they wish. They even operate for up to 8 hours non-stop, as it was reported to have happened in Niger State last Monday, without any fear of being confronted or apprehended. Most communities are now under the bandits' absolute control, with taxes being paid to bandits. Some parts of Borno, Katsina, Zamfara, Niger, Sokoto State, and some other parts yet to be disclosed to the public. In fact, terrorists do what they wish, knowing that there is no gun power or authority that will defy them. With all the reported resources allocated to relevant security agencies, intelligence gathering mechanisms, military arsenal, and tact, can't the government provide any convincing justification why the security situation in the country continues to deteriorate? Why are attacks experienced all over the place and continuing unabated without any deterrence? The group added that as part of efforts to tackle insecurity in Nigeria, the war on illicit drugs should be placed on the front burner, as it is the elixir that spurs criminal action. So there's absolutely categorically not a single word that you can disagree with in what the Sultan has to say. If you cannot secure the country, then just leave now. What are you doing now? What you want to be called president? But even is that even sufficient enough now? Because you are now a joke. In Scotland, they are using you as an example of a yam head. It's beyond. It's just the prices being paid in human life. You see, that is what makes it something that we cannot let slide. We cannot let it slide that because this guy wants to be president and he only has a little time left, he can just carry on calling himself president until he leaves. We cannot afford that because the price is too heavy. It's being played in blood and body bags, so we cannot afford it. Guni blasts Sheikh Khali, describes anti-government sermon as misplaced judgment. So here it is. We knew he would come out. Dr. Dr. Ahmad Abubakar Gumi has described the sermon of Sheikh Nuru Khalib, Chief Imam of Akpo Legislative Quarters Mosque, Abuja, as misplaced judgment, which is worse than kidnapping. So apparently that sermon is worse than what the bandits did. Sheikh Khalib had been in the news since he was suspended after delivering a sermon on insecurity on Monday. In the sermon, the Sheikh had criticized Buhari's government over its failure to tame the escalating insecurity and killing in the country. The Imam also faulted Buhari for failing to visit and console victims affected during the recent Abuja Kaduna train attack, whilst also suggesting some measures the electorate should devise should the authorities fail to protect their lives. He said, Nigerian masses should resort to only one term, which is Nigerian masses should resort to only one term, which is protect our lives, we will come out and vote. Let us die, we will not come out and vote. Since it is only election that you people know, he had said. The mosque committee suspended the sheikh and subsequently sacked him. Reacting to the suspension during a chat with correspondents on Monday, Gumi describes Sheikh Khalib's sermon as misplaced judgment because calling masses not to vote incompetent government is worse than a few kidnappings. It is a case of sentiment overriding intellect. Calling masses not to vote out incompetent government by massive voting is worse than the few kidnappings and a misplaced judgment, he was quoted to have said. So, of course, his words always seem pathetic to the bandits. We all know Gumi for what he is. God called me 3 times. So this now the last readout. God called me 3 times and said, ATIKU is our next president. Prophet DINO MELAYE. DINO MELAYE, former senator representing Kogi West, said God told him Atiku Abubakar will be Nigeria's next president. The former vice president on March the 3rd formally declared his intention to run for the 2023 presidency on the platform of the PDP. A few days before announcing his presidential bid, Northeast Business Forum, a support group, purchased the 40 million nomination and expression of interest forms for him. Raymond Dokwesi, former chairman of DAS Communication, led a delegation to submit the forms to the People's Democratic Party PDP headquarters in Abuja on Monday. Speaking during the presentation, MELAYE described ATIKU as one single Nigerian speaking during the presentation, MELAYE described ATIKU as one single Nigeria we must show confidence in. He said the former vice president possesses the art of civil administration and the rudiments of politics. We are here to present the form of the only unifier of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, he said. We are here to present the form of the Ronaldo and Messi of the PDP. By the grace of God, as I hand over the microphone to Chief Raymond Dokpese to present these completed forms to the National Organizing Secretary, I want to state unequivocally that many of us, when we call on God, God does not give us missed calls. When we call him, he picks our calls. And when he called me, he said, "Dino." I said, "Yes, my lord." He called me the second time, and I said, "Yes, my lord." He called me the third time, and he said, "Atiku will be the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria." Shehu Sani, ex-senator representing Kaduna Central, was amongst the delegation. So that is the most interesting part of that readout. Shehu Sani, ex-senator amongst the delegation. So there's a piece that I wanted to read you, but it looks heavily labored. It is one written by one of Shore's boy. That one, Dr. Damages, he calls himself, Rudolph Okonkwo. And this is Top 10 Things Atiku Forgot in Aso Rock by Rudolph Okonkwo. Let me just go through his list of 10. I'll read you the opening paragraph and then I'll run you down his list of 10 and then I'll come in to see if there's any real person in there to take on talking points. It says, among all those running for the president in Nigeria's 2023 election, only Atiku Abubakar is running to retrieve things he forgot in Aso Rock since he left the seat of government in 2007. For those who had not come of age then, Atiku was Olusegun Obasanjo's vice president from 1999 to 2007. During this period, Atiku accomplished a lot. He was so powerful that in 2003, Atiku made President Olusegun Obasanjo kneel and beg just to be allowed to run for a second term. Atiku and his group had wanted to Amebo Obasanjo before Bola Tinubu even dreamed of it. But after the Ogun State-born retired general knelt and begged, Atiku relented and allowed Obasanjo to go for a second term. So let me just skim through all of that to go through his list of 10 because his bullet pointed. So I just read it. It's done it in a descending order. So the top 10 things that Atiku forgot at Aso Rock. So I'm suspecting this is a comical thing, but this is the list of 10. So it goes from 10 to 1. So at number 10, Atiku needs to use the power of the presidency to pardon former U.S. Congressman Wilson Jefferson of New Orleans, Louisiana, convicted and jailed for hiding $90,000 inside his deep freezer. Okay, I think this might all be just a joke piece. So let me just abandon that because that seems to be somewhat comedy. So, Baba Kure, I see you. Baba Kure, I see you. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm hearing you, woman.
Yeah, brilliant. Good to have you, Baba Kure. So let's go straight into it. Let's start you off with Lai Mohammed. Obasanjo lied that Buhari is overwhelmed by insecurity. This is Lai Mohammed. But we don't even need Obasanjo telling us, do we, that Buhari is overwhelmed by insecurity. And that seems to be something patently obvious. I mean, the country is hemorrhaging, and he cannot seem to be able to do anything about it. So, is Buhari overwhelmed by insecurity or not, Baba Kure?
Thank you, woman, for having me this evening, and thank you everybody that is listening to us. Well, overwhelming the adjective that Baba Yabo used to qualify that is even underrating. It is more than overwhelming. I don't know other word that you can use to qualify Buhari attitude towards security of Nigeria. And the reason why Lai Mohammed can be saying all what he wants is that because his family never involved in the problem that we are facing in Nigeria. Because most of these people, their family living abroad, so they don't really feel the pains that other Nigerians are getting from this insecurity issue. So Adebin is one of his family involved in all the thing that is going on in Nigeria, particularly into insecurity. He wouldn't have been saying that Baba Yabo doesn't know what he was talking about. And like you rightly said, they don't need to tell us with what we have been seeing every single time. Even this year alone, this is just 3 months. We can count more than 500 people that already died, either through road. What am I talking about? Either even through road accident or through whichever means that already died in Nigeria this year alone. So what the man is talking about, they always make one proverb in my locality. They said, "Nǹkan tó máa tán lọ́dún eégún." It is when the masquerade parading the town, that festival will surely come to an end. So he can say whatever he wants to say. He can support the government in any way he wants, just because because of his own selfish interest. But the time will come when they will all get out of that place, and there will be no hiding place for them. Though most of them have they have second passport, they have a green card, so they are permanent resident of another country. They have golden visa to Dubai, so they will run to that place. But if they don't have, the time will come. Then the masquerade will become a human being at that time.
It's just callousness, isn't it? Just a lack of humanity.
You can
know, to the way Lai Mohammed talks. It doesn't seem to have regard for the human.
One man is not. We know that Lai Mohammed is the spokesperson for the government anyway. He is the minister for information. He is the mouthpiece of the government. But it seems like 90% of APC, they think the same way. They think alike. Just because you are APC, that is why you cannot tell the truth. If you see the clip of this guy in Kogi State,
Yaya Bello.
Yes, I don't know if you already see if you saw that clip. He was saying, "Oh, the Buhari is really doing well when you're talking about security." The microphone turn off itself. So it doesn't really show you that they are lying. Even the microphone itself turn off. Though we know that it is work of human being anyway. But if the microphone can stop working, when the information you want to pass across to people, when the microphone start turning off, so you know that you are lying. So they are all in the same category. There is no truth in them. So let's just wait. Nǹkan tó máa tán lọ́dún eégún. The masquerade festival will surely come to an end. That is what that means. So let them continue. The only problem I'm having is the youth of Nigeria, that they don't even know where they are going. That is the only problem I'm having. Otherwise, they can say whatever they want from now. And we should not forget, this government may have maybe 8 months or 1 year left. But a lot of things will still happen If this security issue is not checkmate, a lot of people will still go. Because
You are saying this government still has 9 months left. But I'm not sure that a lot of people have the patience to wait for that period. I know certainly the West does not have the patience to wait for him to go, but it looks as though even in the North now they are getting somewhat fed up. Insecurity, Buhari does not deserve to be Nigerian president, says Sultan-led Jumaat Nasril Islam Council. So this is a sect that the Sultan of Sokoto leads, which is essentially the overarching body of Nigerian Muslims. And they're saying that your paramount duty, they said he has lost the moral justification to continue to be in power. So at the rate of insecurity and bloodletting that we're seeing, does the country even have the time? Can we afford even the 10 months that is left of this guy just sitting in Aso Rock chewing toothpick?
Honestly, we cannot afford it. And if I want to talk in the context of northern elders, few of them, maybe like you can tell, maybe like 1 or 2, 3, 4, 5 of them might be thinking the same way. Those the progressive among them can be talking like that. But you read something out in this show now that Sheikh Gumi was attacking somebody and stuff like that.
Yes, you know the imam in Abuja that came out to say that no, you this cannot carry on. If you are not up to it, step down, and you have to go to Kaduna. So they've sacked him, and Sheikh Gumi is saying that it should be sacked for criticizing government.
Yeah, because this is their term. That is the mentality that most of these people has. So this is their term. So they don't want anybody to talk against their own term right now. So they want to finish it whichever the way. It doesn't really matter if half of Nigeria gone through it. If half of Nigeria goes 6 feet under, they don't care. They just want to finish that term because Nigeria is a mess up place anyway. It's a total mess up place. When you started, you play national anthem of Nigeria. That was when Nigeria was Nigeria.
Yes.
So if you look at that,
it's a different country. It's a different country, isn't it, Baba?
Of course. Yes. And you now compare what was going on at that time to what is going on right now. Yeah. You will say, this is not the same Nigeria. Even 15 years back, it's not as worst as this. 15 years back, it's not as worst as this. But look at where we find ourselves. So go back to the issue of North. That is how majority of them think. They believe it is their term, so they don't care whatever. Even the whole Nigeria turn upside down. Even if they use Nigeria even if they sell Nigeria to China. Even if another country come and take over Nigeria, they don't care. They just want to finish this term.
But is the price not too heavy though, Baba Akure? When was the last time that we had a session that we did not say X amount of people died? There is no single time.
There is no single time. There is no single time since this year. Even every single day. Yeah, in fact, it is so sad that to the extent that there is no single news that you read about Nigeria. See that somebody embezzle money. See that there is no light in the airport, or some people, some boat capsize, or there is no gas. I mean, there is no fuel. Something terrible. Something that like it is just like devil is controlling the place. Everything is just hard. There is no, in fact,
there's no respite. There's no day off. There's no escape.
There is no, in fact, every single thing. Are you talking about food? If you go to the market, today now, in the next maybe in the next 3 hours, you can the rice you buy at rate of maybe 100 naira. I'm just suggesting 100 naira. You might just get to the market and they say 120 naira, and it's not going to come down. It's not going to come down. So there is no single day that you hear one good news about Nigeria. It got to a stage where I don't even want to read news about Nigeria. If something like Nigeria is coming on my Facebook account, I just scroll it up because I don't really want to read that. So it is very shameful. You mentioned this 419 of data. Is it data state or no, not data.
Edo State.
Edo State.
It wants to come back.
He want to run for House of Senate.
Yes.
Right. So it is showing you that these people don't even care. They don't even feel that maybe they done anything wrong to Nigerians. They don't even care. They don't care. All what they care about is how much they can grab. Not how much they can give out to Nigeria, but how much they can grab from that Nigeria and put into their pocket. And the project they're supposed to use the money for, they are not going to do it. So how many people supported his ambition from his state? Even from his own constituency. How many? And he said they beg him. That's how they always say.
Yes. You know, after the consultation, I've heard the cries of my people. After the consultation,
the same thing happened in my town the other day. I mean, a few years back, one councillor first went to he went for the first time. Then the second time he said,
look at this guy. He's fighting somebody again.
So second time he said,
I'm sorry, please.
No, that's all right. That's all right. That happens all the time. Carry on, Baba Kore.
Second time he said his ward, because they use word in local government. People in his ward came to him and they begged him to come around and this and that and blah blah. The same thing in Oshiomole now. So his people came to him. So they don't have anybody at all in that constituency that can run instead of him. So they came and crawled in front of him. Sir, we beg you, our king, our majesty, can you please run? Because we don't have any hope. You are the only hope we have.
But Baba Kore, let me show you something. Are you in front of a screen?
Yeah.
Let me show you something just to show you how ridiculous this person that we are talking about is.
You see the
most
dancing?
ridiculous. Oh yeah, you see. Look at that.
You see,
Baba Oniba, look at that.
You see, I don't even know. Maybe.
Look at that.
His wife, I don't even know. I don't even know what she wore inside that jacket. Maybe she didn't even wear anything because there is no difference between that. You see the belly.
Look
see
at
her
that.
belly.
What?
Do you see her belly?
What's wrong with that belly? It's flat.
It seems like she didn't wear any clothes inside.
Oh yeah, no, it's fashion now. She's only a 20-something-year-old girl, and look. This is where we are in Nigeria. on what planet would a man like this be married to a girl like that? That's a 50 million spend. On what planet would a man like that be married to a girl like that?
And I am so confused that
even somebody like me, I cannot toast this girl. I'll be too intimidated.
Exactly, because I was saying, or this lady didn't wear the clothes underneath, or she wore clothes that is
look at that,
like her skin.
Look at that. They will spend 3 days in bed for this dance, you know. He wants to show up.
One man, don't worry about that. He's dancing because he's so happy about your money that has already stolen.
And the one is coming back to steal.
Exactly.
Look at that.
He is not dancing because of his 70th birthday.
Yeah.
He's just dancing because he is oppressing you. And he's taking all the money that belongs to you, that you guys are supposed to use for good things. And he is going there. Some people came to him and crawling, our majesty, our king, because nobody in this those state or in this constituency that is better than you. You are the Messiah. You are the Moses. You are the Joshua of our time. So you are the only person that can go. We beg you, punk.
If you don't laugh, you cry in Nigeria. Alexander Gomez says, one man is a multi-billionaire in dollars. He owns huge estates in Houston, Texas.
Exactly.
Not huge mansions, so read that, or huge estates.
Estates, yeah.
So there it is.
And
A trade union leader, not that's the only job we know him
in
for.
fact, when this man was, I know. In fact, I know this man very well. In the early 90s, when it was a labor's union.
When they used to wear those khaki all over the place.
Yeah,
You know?
and you see, and you believe that this is a serious man. Not even know that it's even at that time we'll be suspecting him, because when they will strike like this, they shut down the whole country. Then maybe 5 days after, you see them. Oh, we have to go back to work. When the dollar already exchange hand. I could remember there was a time, I think it was Babangida time. I don't know if it was at that time, when they were dragging the issue of petrol. Petrol was 20 naira at that time. In fact, are we going to talk about this? And we are not. 20 naira. The whole Nigeria shut down. These people start bargaining. They say, okay, well, we have to put it back to 18 naira. A few months after, they return it back to that 20 naira. Do you know what they say? They say, oh, well, because there is no way government we run with now, so we have to pay this 20 naira, and we think it's a good idea to put it on that 20 naira, but they should not increase it. That's how these people, these cunts, these thieves, rule the whole country. Anyway,
it's a travesty. But
sorry. Yeah. One man, good evening. It's the same template she would want to use for us. A Luther template.
Thomas, can you pan your camera around? Let's see the landscape of where you are.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I just drove home.
Oh, you are back in your house. Okay.
Yes.
No, I wanted to ask you when you were driving so that we could drive along with you.
No, I'm just back. I just back home.
Okay. All right, that's fair enough. Protect your privacy of your home. So that's no. No. Oh, yes.
So it's the same template she would want to use for us. So they want to use the Aluta template. It's one man. It's just unfortunate, because a governor will come.
If for sure Mole at 70 goes to the Senate and it stays there, and then it's 80, 90. When does it come out? He wants
one
to go
man
and die in Senate.
Why don't you talk about Tinubu's wife? He's still going now. That woman will die.
How old is she?
It should be in his 60s, isn't it?
Should we have a tenure for senators?
Yes, because why not one man? Tinubu wife has been there. I don't even know. Maybe since 1999. I don't know where she started.
Actually, to me, I am going to disagree with that. Right? The reason being that everywhere in the world you see some people that is their job, that is their duty, that is what they take as job. The only problem we are having is that we do not have trustworthy people in Nigeria. I'm not going to say the whole Nigeria. Our politicians are not trustworthy. It doesn't really matter. Even 13 years old right now, if they go to House of Assembly, how they will steal money. That is what is their mind.
Who is that senator in America that black woman? She went in at 13 and she's there still at 93. Maxine Waters or something like that.
Okay. Okay. Well, whichever the way, I'm going to use that as an example. I'm using Western world as an example. Ted, I know one person, Ted Jackson, not Ted Jackson, Ted, what's the name of this, this president that was shot dead.
Kennedy.
Ted Kennedy. And Louis, there's one black man, Louis, something. I think that man died 2 years ago. Or last year. These people has been there since when they were early 30 or middle 30s. They did it. They were in house. They were in politics. until when they died. Can we compare America to Nigeria? No. Even in Canada, you see people doing it even since when, in fact, since when they are 25. And they still continue, because we don't have system that is working. If we have system that is working, that punish people, you steal our money or you commit crime, then we deal with you ruthlessly. If we have that, we won't be talking about, oh, well, we should have a time for senator. When everybody are where to do, when everybody are doing okay,
those people don't endeavor money like this.
You want to buy a vehicle, you have a credit facility to buy it. There's a job there that you can do that sustain your life, that you don't have to depend on politicians. If we have all this, we won't be talking about this. Oh, well, let's just give them 4 years. Whoever want to be a politician can go ahead, in as much they are doing what they're supposed to do, in as much they support masses. But because we don't have a institution that is working, that is why we are debating on, okay, well, I think it should 4 years. I think it should be 5 years. It doesn't matter.
But Baba Kure, these politicians you are saying, you will see them in the store. You buy grocery together. There's no preferential treatment.
That is what I'm
saying.
Know what?
Yes, there is no preferential treatment. You see them on the street. You see them on the
I think there should be a term for senators, you know, because otherwise they'll be too relaxed.
Marcy Thomas, do you want me to give you a joke?
Yes, please.
There was a family that just came to the city that I live in, because one of my duties is to help youth and their family that just move in and make sure that they stay away from trouble. The reason why I'm saying this is that there is a family that just came. I called one of the organizations that I link with. They called my member of parliament in my province. You know, the funniest part of it is that this lady was the person that drive her own truck to where they want to carry bed, carry mattress, carry cooking utensil, put it in her own vehicle. Got to the house of these people. She was the person that was lifting the chair. When these people now, when they saw, they said, no, this cannot happen in Nigeria. I said, well, that is Nigeria. It cannot happen in Nigeria. But
are they Nigerians? Are they Nigerians? These people?
Yes. This lady was the person that was carrying a couch, lifting it up. You can imagine. So it is just that we don't even every single citizen of Nigeria, do they even know their civic duty? If they don't know the civic duty, even
if they know it, can they assert it though? Is the thing.
They can. If we have a institution that is working, and we were being taught our civic duty. Because these people, you see, our voice always high when we're talking about reasonable things. These people teach their own children. This is the civic duty. One of the main things in Canada is that you have to volunteer. It is part of their culture. So everybody knows that. If you join the Canadian system, you will know, okay, well, it is part of my duty to volunteer. It's not everything that has to be money. You want to give somebody pay slips, and you are demanding for money. The work you have already done that you are requesting for your own pay slips, you still have to pay to get that. So before we can get everything right, the constitution must be rewritten completely, or at least go back to the previous one before military came. Then we have to teach ourselves, teach us the civic duty at school. When you check the subject they are teaching at school now, you will see civic. What does that mean? Do they even know what civic mean? They just put it there as a subject. But even most of them don't even know when Nigeria got independence. They don't even know when Nigeria got republic. But it's just civic. Anyway, we pray for a better Nigeria.
Okay, you pray for a better Nigeria, but it looks as though that prayer, Baba Korea, that prayer looks as though it may be answered. God called me 3 times and said to me, ATIKU is our next president. It's Prophet DINO MELAYE speaking. So it looks as though your prayer already answered. So God called DINO MELAYE 3 times and said that Atiku will be the next president. So this is DINO MELAYE with the committee that went to submit Atiku's nomination form and expression of interest at the APC, at the PDP headquarters. Leading that team, of course, Raymond Dokwesi. But a curious name among that list that is not even a member of the APC, of the PDP, Shehu Sani, ex-senator representing Kaduna Central, was amongst the delegation. So what are you making of DINO MELAYE's prayers answered and Shehu Sani being part of the delegation that went to submit Atiku's nomination form?
Well, DINO MELAYE may well have studied the landscape of what is going on because they know themselves. But he is not a prophet. He can't even see beyond his nose. So he's just making that noise for his own pocket, because remember, this guy doesn't know what he's doing, because he's just lavished the money that he got from senators all over the world. So that money is getting low now. Right now, the tank is getting low, so he has to refill the tank. So that's why he suddenly become a prophet. So he is not saying anything. He's not saying anything. He can say whatever he wants, but it is just saying it for his own benefit. It's not for us. So, but I do.
And Shehu Sani being part of the party that went to submit, is not even a member of the PDP, as far as I'm aware. That struck me somewhat as curious.
Well, remember, Shehu Sani is from northern Nigeria, right?
Mm.
So it doesn't really matter, because definitely it's only Atiku that they are going to take from the northern. And one man, I say something here several times, right? We will soon find out, when the time comes, that the issue of let's own this thing to the southern part of Nigeria, let's own this to the southern part of Nigeria. If Atiku get the nomination and Tinubu get the nomination, then you will now see north and south. You will now see the action of people. You will now compare the votes that Tinubu is going to get from the northern part of Nigeria. You just mark today's date down. If Atiku get nomination from PDP, northern part of Nigeria, they will vote for him mercilessly. That is exactly what is showing here now for Shehu, because I think Shehu was in the APC before. Now he has not even declared himself to be a member of PDP. But eventually, if that's what you read here is correct, but eventually follow nomination certificate to INEC office, or to PDP office, or whatever headquarter. So that is just what is showing you there. But we will see.
But Baba Kure, I have a question for you.
Go ahead, sir.
If, as you rightly said, if Atiku get PDP, Tinubu get APC, do you think the Northerner will vote for Tinubu and sideline Atiku?
No, he's already answered that. You do not listen to what he said. Go on, Baba Kure.
That was exactly what I said, that they will vote mercilessly for Atiku rather than Tinubu.
Oh, yes. Yes, you are right. You are right.
Because these people are very funny. They believe that, okay, well, this I don't have any in fact, of course, I would prefer Atiku to Tinubu. It's not issue of Yoruba or northern part of Nigeria right now.
But Baba Kure, but Atiku still needs the vote in the south, isn't it?
Yeah, yes. But he will have an Igbo running mate.
He will get votes. Remember, his wife from Kogi State.
Atenuke, he has a Yoruba wife as well. Atenuke, yeah.
So that will play parts in the votes, right? And if it happens that ATIKU nominates somebody from the East as his vice. It doesn't really matter. It might not be what do we call this man? Obi
Peter Obi.
Peter Obi. It might not be Peter Obi. It might just choose somebody from somewhere, unknown person. But I can tell you that East will vote for him rather than Tinubu. So automatically Tinubu will have nowhere to go.
ATIKU will not win election in this country.
All right, just wait and see.
If he's going against Tinubu, he has a better chance.
ATIKU will not win election in this country.
No, you can't say what you can't say that now. You're just saying that.
Why can't I say that? It's time for the South to produce a president. You don't know the trending.
You know,
you think one Southern
is a better politician than Tinubu.
Than we have to do.
Which Southern?
Say that again.
You think one Southerner will vote any?
ATIKU is a better politician than Tinubu.
I doubt that.
You can doubt it, but ATIKU is.
I doubt that. I think what has happened with Buhari in this regime will actually affect Southerners voting for a Northerner.
But Baba Kore is a Southerner, and he says he prefers ATIKU to Tinubu. I am a Southerner too.
Baba Kore is not living in Nigeria. He lives in Canada. He lives in London.
So out of six of us,
you guys are not voting. It's how the people in Nigeria feel. People are thinking the Northerners have issues right now in Nigeria. So I think people have issues.
I will pick ATIKU as well.
We cannot say I will say I will pick ATIKU too, but that's not what really matters.
So 4 out of 6.
We are speaking from where we are standing right now, but we are not going to be part of the voters.
It's a sample of opinions.
Exactly.
So if we were in Nigeria,
if we are in Nigeria, we understand what you are saying, but we are not in Nigeria.
Unfortunately, we are Nigerians.
Anyway, you guys will argue. We are not in Nigeria. From where we are standing,
are we Nigerians?
We are Nigerians, but we are not living in Nigeria.
So out of a sample,
the thinking is different from the people living in Nigeria.
No, forget the thinking.
No, we can't forget it. You can't say we should forget it.
4 out of 6.
You can't say we should forget it. People are dying every day.
I'm going to cite them an example of how people behave, right? We might be saying that these people are Southerner. You can imagine what happened during, I think it was Olufala against
Obasanjo.
Do you know that people kick against Obasanjo because they don't even like him? A lot of people prefer to vote for Olufala, even though he came from very, very, very small village of about 1,000 people. They still prefer to vote for him because of his connection with because of Obasanjo connection to the northern part of Nigeria. But in this case as well,
Obasanjo's case is different. Obasanjo, because it was a military man, they just purposely gave it to Obasanjo.
You know that people hate Tinubu. Do you concede that?
That is exactly what I'm saying. Let me tell you something.
We all understand this.
You see the same way you sample opinion here. That you see, you prefer ATIKU, you prefer ATIKU. They have some people over there in Nigeria too that we prefer ATIKU. That is why.
Definitely. But what I'm saying to you about Korea, listen to me. I don't dispute that. I'm not disagreeing with that. There are people even in South that will prefer ATIKU. But as it stands, we are speaking and saying all these things from where we stand. In Nigeria, a lot of people are not ready to vote for Northern.
No. We're a sample case of Nigerians. Everybody here is a Nigerian.
Everybody is in Nigeria, but we don't live in Nigeria.
Whether we are abroad
it's different.
or not,
one man is
still
different.
Nigerians.
I mean, I don't believe it's the same thing.
All right,
if you live in Nigeria,
what of Yaya?
We are talking of.
Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing? Campaign directors have sat at
Bello can't even win gubernatorial seat where he is
campaign director general or whatever.
He can't even win Kogi state governor again. Not now talk of presidency.
Everybody, they are begging everybody. Yabelo also came out that they are begging him to be president of Nigeria.
I don't think most people, even the Igbos,
Not
I
only
don't
that,
think they
not
want
only that,
a
he also
Mallam. I
went
don't
to
think they
hire
want a
Abiola's
Mallam there.
daughter. To call, and Abiola's daughter came to the national TV.
You know that they are fighting at the moment. The
I
Abiola,
was comparing Yaya Bello to Abiola, and we were very disappointed in that answer.
You know that the sister is fighting at the moment too over that thing.
They will fight heavily. How can you come and be comparing Abiola to Yaya Bello? That girl embarrassed us way.
Yeah, that's a polygamous family right there.
So funny, man. So funny.
All right, back to Abubakar. Round off your thoughts on that space, and then I want to present you something. It's not part of the talking points. It's not even a readout. It's just something that somebody said on Twitter, and I want to sample your opinion on it. But round off your thoughts on Prophet DINO MELAYE prophesying that he is. Adeboye is waiting for the call from God, but he has already called DINO MELAYE three times.
MELAYE already got call from
three times.
God, telling that Atiku is going to be the president of Nigeria. But he's just fighting for his own pocket. Like I rightly said, his fuel already gone down a little bit, so he want to top it up, just like Fani Femi Kayode, just like that too. So their gas already go to the half tank or maybe reserve. So they want to try to top it up. That is all what they are working for. So not for the masses.
So LAB politics, I mean.
Exactly.
All right. There's this thing that I saw. Okay, yes. So there's this thing I saw on I saw it really on Linda KJ, but this is the question. This person putting this question, by the way, is Philip Obin, who is a technical assistant at the Vice President of Nigeria's office, Yemi Oshibajo's office. So it's the it's the technical assistant to the Vice President of Nigeria, Yemi Oshibajo, on new media. But this is the question that he is asking, and I want you to address this. He says, why do the marriages of uneducated couples last longer than those of educated ones? So why do the marriages of uneducated couples last longer than those of educated ones? So do you want to take that on, Baba Kore?
Sure. I have a strong opinion against that. The reason is that it depends on your own background, the way you think about life, the way you think about your children. Because if you think about your children, you will not really think about issue of divorce, because when the issue of divorce came into family, when husband and wife divorce, it always affect their children. If you really love your children, you are not going to go through all that. We are not talking about issue of maybe intimate partner violence, because that is not what we are discussing. We are just discussing about why educated individual usually divorce. Because one of the reasons why it happens is that both of them are competing, because they are so educated. So you cannot control me. And if you are talking about issue of Nigeria as a case study, we believe that you cannot control me because we copy Western world culture. You cannot control me. We have to share 50-50. You get what I'm saying? So they don't believe that man is the head of the family.
But yes, it's the designated roles, isn't it? Even as educated as we are not too much into education and Western civilization for us to have abandoned our traditional values. Go on.
Even the Bible specifically mention it, like the way Jesus is the head of the church, rightly said that man is the head of the house. We all read that. That is our watchword when we were in primary school. So why suddenly there is not what you are saying? It is not. It is not. It is not. It is not. A lot of black people right now involved in issue of divorce, because they don't even care. Everybody want to be. They want to just behave like Western world. Meanwhile, we still have some people here also in this Western world that still respect their husband. That still respect their husband, and they still believe. When you want to talk to some people, they will say, "Oh no, talk to my husband. Whatever my husband says is final." Even the white people, but we black, we took over their own culture. Then we don't believe that, okay, oh, well, we should respect our husband. So that is why two educated individuals, when they marry themselves, there is high possibility that they will divorce.
You see, it's traditional values, I think, Baba Kore, because in the African, let's use Yoruba tradition, which we both know somewhat fairly well. The roles are clearly designated. You are subservient to your husband. You treat him with respect, and he has a particular role. And in an uneducated family, they follow those traditions.
Yes.
You follow him, whatever he says. You show him respect. You don't embarrass him in public. But the educated ones, you're a BA, she's a BSc. She earns more than you at the office. You are both paying equally to the mortgage, and you are telling her to go to the kitchen and get to your food. Do you not know where the microwave is?
Well,
lower me,
honestly,
kind of,
I thank God that I marry right person anyway. because
from what about just said, you see, I think uneducated people too have marital issues. It's just that it's not always known to people most times because most people don't see it. Everybody I don't think is that
but
is a way
in an uneducated family, the wife, she endures more than an educated wife would endure in an educated
it's
family.
just personality. I don't think it's about whether you're educated or you're not educated, honestly. Because I've seen poor family, uneducated family, that the wife has left the husband just because he can't even
There are
identify.
instances, but overall,
That's what I'm saying. There is a lot of it. For some cases I know about, there is a lot of it too. But because most of these educated people bring their matters on social media, it's easy for people to say, oh, like now, this girl, Olu Jacob's daughter-in-law, came out to say they are divorcing and all that. Today, again, she came out to say she's just joking. And I'm sure maybe that is part of why that person even tweet that stuff. Most of these guys now, they believe social media is their family. So most people bring everything to social media, whereas uneducated people don't even have.
Well, I think this goes beyond social media. I think this is something that has obtained even before social media. And I think it's a matter of, people knowing too
Woman, you've
much
not
of.
seen local people telling their husband that they can't do that. They will be going to beer parlor to meet another man.
No,
It's just the area
of
where
course
people.
but we're just saying overall. Of course, there are instances that goes against the grain. But would you
There is
not say
instances,
over?
but people are
Would you
people
not
that
say over?
I'm sure the person
Would
that
you,
has stated that is not
yeah.
even close to that demography of the people that are not educated. So
No,
he
he's a
can't really
technical
see
man
much.
at the presidency, so
Can't
he
see
knows.
much.
Yeah.
He
So
might not be
you don't
seeing
think
much
it's
of
the
it,
case that you
but
don't think
most
it's
of the time we see most of these guys because most of them are even well known, colleagues at work and all those things, maybe friends of friends. People just oh that person, that person. So we get to hear of all these stories. And fine, I know all those things to have a part to play. Like some people who say feminism and all those things see it in a different way. I just believe the matter and issue of marital problem has to do with the choices you make, the person you choose. And I think in the world we live now, most people choose for the wrong reason. And obviously, when you get together with somebody, both of you are coming from a different background. You can't do the same thing. So everybody has to adjust. You have to share the loads. But where the problem sets in is when those marital challenges start setting in, because you've choose for the wrong reason, obviously there is no will and passion to want to hold on to face the challenges. People give up on it easily.
I think you are going deeper than it is.
It's more deeper. It's more deeper, of course. People that you think is easy to say, I want to marry this person, but I think most people always choose.
All of those things, they are in play for virtually everybody. But what this guy is
That's
saying,
what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm saying. That's really the problem.
Yeah.
Can I say something?
Hold on, but you cannot escape that overwhelmingly educated people get more divorced.
But that is still the problem, because people choose for the wrong reason. Even the Alata girl that chooses to marry a mechanic, he probably married the mechanic, and maybe the mechanic guy was spending money for him. Not like he loves the mechanic guy to the point that, oh, if the challenges come in life, he will want to stay. He probably moves to another mechanic that goes to go to another beer parlor to meet another mechanic. So anyway.
All right, let's hear from Xero. Sorry, let's hear from yeah, go on Xero, and then we'll go to Babakure. Yeah.
I think we have to connect the educated people with what they really are. They are successful. That's just the main point there. You can be educated and poor, but most times uneducated people are not that. They never cross that mid-range. You understand? So when there are so many poor families, poor husbands whose wives are cheating on them severally, and they cannot leave because they don't have a choice. They don't want to leave. That's the truth. They don't have the luxury of a broken home. But these rich guys, these successful guys, they can have a life even after having kids. They can separate and still have a better life. That's what I think, because I've seen situations where these poor husbands provide their wives.
It's not poverty though, it's education. This is what they're saying. They say, why do the marriages of uneducated couples last longer than those of educated ones? So it's not because you can be educated and poor, and you can be uneducated and rich. So it's not a wealth bracket.
Educated people can survive. They are really they are better. You don't have to be rich, but if you are middle class, you're still okay. But uneducated never cross that line of middle class. You know.
Is it not to do with tradition more? Because uneducated people, essentially, they are traditionalists, but educated people are Westerners who know all about feminism, their rights, what is acceptable to them as a woman or not. But the uneducated one have only been brought up on the template of subservience to their husbands.
It depends on how you look at it, but I don't think that's got anything to do with education. Exposure is different from education. The Nigerian education you are talking about.
Right.
Exposure is different. People can be in Europe or have seen life in Europe, and they've not gone to universities, and they can do well, so they can divorce and have a better life. So education and exposure are two different things.
That's where my point comes in, honestly.
No,
I think people choose for the wrong reason. In the life we live now, people choose somebody. Oh, this guy has money, but you don't think deep about what if that money is not there. Oh, that girl is beautiful. What if she moves into the house? What about the behavior? What can she do? What can she add to you? But when all these challenges start setting in, then because the passion and the zeal and what you really is not what you really wanted, then you're obviously going to leave, regardless whether you're educated or not educated. That's what I'm saying. That person probably phrase that question in a way because it's probably close. But obviously, poor and uneducated people too divorce each other, chase each other with cutlass and chase them away to their family house. Some of them will even go to them and tell them to come and take their daughter that doesn't want them anymore. But I think is the choice people make. People choose for the wrong reason these days because of needs, wants, and some people desire stupid things, So that's how I see it.
One man, can I say something, please?
Go on. Yeah.
The rate of our black in this country I am separating from their husband is very alarming. So I will keep with what one man said. When they got here, this country is a humanitarian country. So they bring people from like Sudanese, Kenya, where there is war, everything. Immediately they got here, they find one course to do, get education, get like a nursing. The next thing, they are gone. They leave their husband. I met some of our blacks, not from other countries. They said, I even regret coming to this country because now here, my wife has got education. Now, he doesn't want to listen anymore. So it's not far-fetched for what one man has said. They get
is that because of education?
No, but I mean the education propelled them to
now.
the exposure,
not education. Yeah,
but education, you can't separate education from exposure.
I don't know what distinction is being made there. Yeah.
So I don't. Our black people in diaspora, they have to thank people, most especially our ladies, because they know if I divorce my wife, if I divorce my husband, I can live alone. I can work. The government will give me money to take care of the kids. They don't care anymore. They don't care anymore. That is just my submission, woman. Let's move on.
That is where we lost our value, and we copy Western world attitude. So we don't really care.
But is it the same thing in Nigeria? An educated person in Nigeria is still under the cultural cage. He cannot just divorce like that.
No, it's not under the cultural cage, though. That's the point. That the education escapes you from the cultural cage is essentially what the point.
Yes.
Well,
you are right, woman. You are 100% right. You are 100% right. Education, the Western education, it will take you out of the cage. Because one man, I know our parents, what they pass through. Our mom, what they passed through, but they said, we can't leave. I can't leave because of my kids. My mom, my dad separated for 7 years.
That knows the value, and
they
that's
came back together.
To you guys, that is the value. People they choose for the right reason. They see reasons to stay when the challenges came. Even when that man was humanizing, but he still comes home to them, and they see their kids.
But was that no? It's not values though. Hold on, you just talk. You don't let people cut in. Look, it's not values. Is what is because them not being able to live a failed marriage for reasons of their children and what people would say. So that's not values now. That's lack of exposure. That's and lack of education.
No, one man. I'm not going to agree with that. The value that
those are the challenges.
The issue of children, because you value your children.
If you love that person, you will wait there and see how and they are still there today. Anyway, I just think one man is for the wrong reason. That's how I say it. No matter,
you have a lot of family members who are begging you to stay in a bad relationship until you finally resolve your problems. Anytime there's a problem, some homes, they've driven their wives or themselves away several times. The family will come because that culture of don't shame us is still there. Especially when you are in Nigeria, there's nobody's above this thing in Nigeria. Unless you are just stubborn, you want to do your own thing. And that's not the highest percentage. Most of the people's situation in Nigeria is people want to stay in a relationship. Even if it is bad, they want to manage. You understand?
And you don't think that's an educational chasm?
I think Nigeria's situation is peculiar because education does not make you escape unless you leave that country. That's when you now are free. Nigerians abroad can break up, but Nigerians in that Nigeria, man, even your education, you are still under that culture cage.
All right, let's get back to Baba and go correct to round off on that space. Baba, correct back to you.
Like DOG said, the value that we're talking about, you value when you value your children, you will stay in your marriage. It doesn't really matter either you are educated or you are not educated. So cutting it out that children is not valuable in marriage, it is very valuable because most parents, even though their husband treat them very badly, they will say, "Oh, well, in my village, they always say, well, I stay in this marriage because of my children." If that person doesn't value his or her children, she will have left the marriage. So that value is still there. The value of the children is still there. So that is my thought about that.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Thank you, Baba Kure. So, Baba Kure, let's go on from you. Let's go to Thomas, so who's patiently waiting in his car. So to you, Thomas. We started off with the Sheikh Khali space. So, just to run you through what's happened to the Sheikh, he was suspended for being critical of Buhari's inactivity and ineptitude. So he doubled down to say that no, you don't give me power and you can't take power from me. It's God that gives that, but I must speak freely. People are dying. So they now said because he's not showing contrition, they've now escalated that suspension to sacking. So they've now sacked him now. But he still doubles down. Sheikh Gumi comes in, of course. Whenever Sheikh Gumi comes in, we always know he only goes in one direction, and that is in support of wrongdoing and banditry. So he says that the imam was out of line and he should have been sacked. But the latest development now, they've given him another commission in another mosque, and he's to hold Jumat this coming Friday. So then, 24 hours a long time in the life of an imam. Sheikh Thomas.
One man, I think the culture of Northerner not speaking the truth to their elders, or speaking against their elders, or speaking against themselves. I think that culture is getting outdated now. You remember the Northerner youth that came out the other time that's condemned Buhari as well. So I think one man, they are the person, the Northern are the ones in this matter, in this chaos, in this carnage. So if they don't speak, so be it. But I give the kudos to the man, to the imam that came out. It doesn't care. He mentioned name. But our pastors, they can't mention name. This man, I give him kudos. He mentioned Buhari categorically. So I give this man, I give him kudos. He doesn't care. He doesn't care if they suspend him, if they sack him, if they do anything. And look at it, as God will have it, as God will do it. Now he has another appointment to preach, and I know he will continue the gospel as he started before. So I think the culture of let's keep quiet. Our northern elders, we can't talk to them, even though if we see them doing the bad thing, we can't see anything. One man, they are the one affected directly. We in the south, we are even the ones speaking out for them. So if they deem it fit now, in their right senses, to come out and speak to this same power, I think it is a good direction, and I give the man kudos, and I want him to speak more. And you know, Sheikh Gumi now, Sheikh Gumi is always a sympathizer for the terrorists. I don't know why that guy has not been arrested. I don't think maybe he has been called for questioning. I don't think they have done that. I think they respect that man. Maybe he knows something that we don't know.
Well, it speaks their language is more the thing. I mean, what he's saying is essentially in support of what they are doing. So why would they want to arrest them? They only arrest you if you are critical of them. That's when they
yeah, I think you are right, woman. If you are speaking to what they are saying, if you are not against them in any way, but one man, why is now we criticize Jonathan, but we never had any arrest or intimidation or climbing people down or stifling your voice in Jonathan's time.
It seems almost like a different country. You know, you could go on television and call Jonathan all names under the world, and nothing will happen to you. You go on Buhari and you just go to the studio and say Buhari should do better. They will send the SS after you the very next before you leave that studio. Just say you should do better, or not even crazy. Just say you should put there. They will gun you down.
So now we criticize. We know Jonathan has his own problem, but this time this narrative of free speech, at least I can still give Jonathan kudos. Because I don't know, maybe you have one person that Jonathan sent DSS to arrest because he's speaking truth to the power. So I still give kudos to Jonathan because I have never heard anyone that was arrested for speaking truth to the power. One man, anytime our job is not even to speak what the government is doing good.
They go to, very soon they will accuse this imam of treason and terrorism. I think those are the two charges they know. Because everybody that is critical is treason and terrorism, isn't it? So very
one
quickly
man, this man don't care. This man don't care. He said it. He said, I don't care the consequences that will follow what I said. But man, we have to talk. One man, people are dying. It is not property that is losing.
It is impossible for people not to talk. How can you not talk seeing what happened in Kaduna 2 days in a row? And then the third day, the roads were taken over, and the day before, the airport was was gunned. What would people? What is impossible for people not to talk about that or be critical about it? It's impossible now.
It is impossible. One man, if Baba Deboye that kept quiet since, for Baba Deboye to speak out, you will know that man has been pushed to war, because Baba don't normally talk about politics. Is Baba just stay in his own way? And you can see 2 days ago now, Baba has been speaking.
What is he talking about? Why is he not talking to Oshibanjo all the while too? Why is he not calling Oshibanjo?
I don't know. What the message? DOG, I understand you.
I don't know what to say about that.
Sometimes you talk.
Ajani Boko is here now to come and defend Gumi. Now that he's attacking the man we are all saying has done well. Now Gumi has come out again to disagree with the guy. I still just find it funny that guy still walks about without sins ever since all this bandit, and how he comes out and say things that he has meeting with them, and you guys in government claim you are looking for the bandits, and somebody said he meets with them and you didn't arrest him. But the people that wants the bandits away, that the people you go and attack them in their house, kill people, arrest them, lock them up.
But DOG, sometimes if you mention why can't he speak to Oshibanjo, are you telling me that Baba Deboye will not be speaking to Oshibanjo? But the Oshibanjo has the power.
You see that man, that Sheikh Nuruddin guy, Khalid, that guy has done what a religious leader should be doing in a country where things like that is happening. He came out with his full chest, called the president out, and made a statement. And you can tell he doesn't really care.
He doesn't care.
Yeah. I think even them, Baba Deboye, are in more position to come out and speak like that, and nothing will really happen to them like this guy, because they own the church. They can't just go and arrest them for speaking their mind in that manner. But because that guy is Muslim with them, Buhari, he's been appointed in that mosque. That's why they can suspend him, you see. And he can still come out and speak the truth. And that's not the first time I've been seeing that guy's video. He speak about a lot of things, even marriage.
Yes, I've saw him several times.
And that is what a religious leader should be. You see? It's just crazy, man.
But if we talk now that our pastors are not talking, they will say, people will say, do they have to talk? That's what people will say.
Because some people are sick in that country too. Some Nigerians are the problem of the country, sir. That's the fact.
This same religious pastor, next election, they will be telling you stylishly who to vote for. This same religious pastor, religious leaders, stylishly, they will not say, vote for Buhari, vote for Tinubu, but in their utterances, in their actions, in their word, in everything they say, you will know who they want you to vote for.
Thomas,
and their congregation know.
You are helping them, Thomas. People go to the church to get prayed for. When election is coming, a candidate will go to redeem, they will pray for him. Have you not even tell people you are supporting him? They shouldn't be accepting things like
Do
that.
you fear for this Sheikh? Do you think, because we all know the sequence, very quickly then they will invite him to DSS office or an interview where they will give him warning, and then if he speaks again, they will accuse him of treason and terrorism, which seems to be the only two crimes that goes on in Nigeria: treason and terrorism for being critical of a government.
One man, this man doesn't care. I will tell this for fact. This man,
whether he cares or Showore doesn't care, but look what's happened to him. So whether he cares or not, they'll still vest it upon him.
But one man, he knows the consequences. He knows the consequences. He knows Nigeria modus operandi. He knows. So I think he's made up his mind that something will kill someone one day. But one man, you rightly said now, we can't continue like this and said people should keep quiet. We can't keep quiet. Never. We can never keep quiet. So we are not talking of cars being burned down. We are talking of human life, blood being shed every blessed day. Look at that doctor. Want a better future. Look at that lady. He went to Abuja. He's going to Abuja to submit CV. Look at what happened to her. So we can't keep quiet. One man is Nigeria will rather kill everybody if they want people to talk.
You see all those Northerners, when they come out and speak, they are ready for the consequences. Like, I don't know, last week.
But they don't get consequences, though, is the thing. They seem to have more freedom of speech than others in Nigeria.
But at least that jihad thing is in them. So when they come out and speak, they've spoken, and that is it. Like last week, I don't know, one of the early programs, I don't know if it was Thomas or who, somebody said, and I purposely came on because of that, but you are rounding up at that point. I think even if the Northerners protest like we do more with the numbers they have in that north, if they protest more, I think the people from north that are in power will adjust better. But because they just accept what these guys do, if they come and kill them, they will, Baba has spoken, everybody keeps quiet. They don't protest, they don't do anything. I think if the Northerners protest to things like this, it will even have more impact than people from the south protesting for the things that is majorly even really happening.
Do you know one of the reasons, the key reason they adduced for sacking this imam? They said he asked people to make demands of people before they elect them. So they said that it was saying to his congregates that they should demand good governance and take that promise of good governance from a candidate before they elect him. That's all he said. But then the committee for the mosques, they are saying that he was asking people to be demanding from their leaders, and that was against religion.
So what is bad in that?
Sorry if I might chip.
Yeah.
If I might chip in, this is my first time on the podcast, so
good to have you. Is that Charles?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, good to have you. Carry on.
Okay, basically, I don't even think the North should be driving any form of protest or change in Nigeria as a whole. The South, which have more educated people and more learned people, should be the one pushing that movement. But unfortunately, for some reason, the Southern people, even with all the educated people in that part of Nigeria, have been shut out. I think they've lost their voice totally. The Nigerian political system is never run as a democracy. It's run like, you can compare it. It's now almost similar to the Russian Federation type of democracy, where you have the central government wielding so much power.
It's an autocracy.
Autocracy.
What they are
exactly.
The Russian,
using the DSS, which is similar to the KGB, to hound dissident forces and everything within the political landscape. I think the South, to be honest and to be frankly clear, has just let its guard down. For some reason, they've just ceded power to the North and are fine with the way things are. I keep on saying, if they kill the firstborn of every Nigerian in that country, nothing will change. Nothing. And again, the religious the religious sector in that country is, as far as I'm concerned, is compromised. I don't think both the political arm of government and the religious, I think they just work together. They're fine with the political. What the center wants to achieve is a docile population.
Yes, they say that Buhari he wants to and is ruling Nigeria by fear. So fear
exactly.
is So that's
the same
what,
thing. If you even look at the religious angle in Nigeria, it's ruled by fear. If you don't pay your tithe, you will die. They are just similar set of people as far as I'm concerned. I honestly don't see any hope in that country unless the southern political leaders decide to fight for that country. The North are fine with the way things are, and I don't see any hope for that country.
You see, because that fight that it's been going on in the South for a long time. But if you don't have the weight of numbers in the North to join in that fight, it would never, because then they can play divide and conquer. So if the North if the North are complicit by silence and the South are agitating, then it becomes Southerners versus Northerners, Christians versus Muslims, Malams versus Yoruba and Igbos. Then it takes a tribal and religious tonality. So if they don't come out, the rescue cannot succeed. If the North don't come out,
You know this numbers game, this Nigerian political numbers game of the North. You know, we just have that conception that the North have the higher numbers, okay? And it's already, we understand they have the largest.
You think they don't?
See, look, the last census was held what year? 2006. If I'm correct, I'm not too sure. I don't just buy into.
So you don't think they do? You know.
I don't.
The North is
two-thirds
of the Nigerian landmass.
I know it's. Look, let me give you an example. Canada, for instance, is what? Alberta. Alberta is almost the size of is in Nigeria. In Alberta alone, if we are judging by land, Alberta alone, we are just like 3 million people here.
Yeah, but it is unlivable, most of it now. It's a bit like Australia.
No.
It's no human being, not even the Aborigines, could live in some parts of most of Australia now.
I know, even at that. What the point I'm trying to drive across.
And that's not the case in the North.
The land mass does not specifically point to the fact that there's a higher number of population there. Look, I've always been saying it that if the southern political leaders were wise, take control of governments, okay? Hold a census. In fact, the first 2 years or 3 years, change that narrative. If you want to play politics, if you want us to be dirty, at least let the numbers be close up that number. That power gap is just too much. That numbers game is too much. The North can continue to have the numbers if you want to play politics, but close up that number.
Charles, you see, the problem with the North is they have people, no doubt, they have a lot of people. But the problem in the North is even underage votes in the North.
Yeah, we saw that in Kano.
You see?
They were even busing people in from Niger to vote in Kano,
You know, so I think that's part of the problem too. Carry on.
Yeah, so like you said, underage people voting. Should the South even allow that? Because I really don't get you know these things happen. They're cheating you in some ways, but underage people, but have.
But Charles, what do you do?
What can you do? If INEC signs it off, then what do? You go to court and you go to the Supreme Court and they say no problem.
And moreover, the people that should be talking want it as a plot because they are part of the party that is using using the numbers to win election.
Okay, let's take this for instance. I think, like I've said, all both the southern politicians and the northern politicians, you're right. They are actually working hand in hand. They love the system as it is. In fact, it even suits the southern political leaders for the power to continue remaining in the north, where they have little political agitations or people that don't speak out against the government. Do you understand? If power was actually within the south, let's turn the tables around. If it was the south that was actually in the north position, like at least ruling Nigeria, having the leaders and everything, I think they would meet a lot of agitation and and complaints from their people, because I don't think Southerners will take that kind of system of governance. But basically speaking, I think, as far as I'm concerned, the Southern, both Igbo, South, Yorubas, and everything should speak on behalf of this country. If you are leaving things to the North, because we've left this country to the North for how long, and see where we are.
But you're saying that you're saying that as though this is something that is not just happening as a matter of will. It's not. It's because they have charge of the country and they hold it, just with a firm grip. It's not as though
what makes them even have charge of the country? Is it the economy?
They control the military, they control the economy, they control all of the structures that holds the country together.
The military that can't even defeat them. But
forget all that. What do you mean that cannot? Let's not do that now. They are sufficient enough to hold. You saw what happened at NSAS now, so to forget what they can or cannot do. We know what they can do. Yeah. So it's not a matter of will to say that the South should just take it from them. The South wants to take it from them, but how do they go about doing that? Yeah.
How can they be killing in Kaduna? They're killing in Kano, Borno, and everything. And you just want the South alone to be fighting. And when the South fight, soldiers come and shoot them and kill them all. But the people that the thing is happening in their territory are not really saying anything. That's the point I'm trying to make. The Southern have been protesting since when? Forever. Anything they protest. But I think it's something that is happening in the North. If people in the northern space comes out and speak to, it goes a long way. But that is when you will see in Abuja in the North, when people are protesting, some people will come out as another group against that protest. Same with this northern.
All right, let's have a rational mind. Yeah, go on.
What is the way forward, in your own opinion?
Well, the way forward is somewhat to try and, via electoral means, rescue the country. If you cannot rescue the country via electoral means, then you look to the military to rescue. But I don't know the way forward, though. But all these things we are saying is not the way forward, is it? We cannot say because something that we cannot accept what patently does not work because we don't have something that obviously should work. So we cannot just go down the blind alley now.
Do you still believe in the military being capable of actually, if things get out of hand, that it will actually step in? I feel
no. I think that time has passed. Yeah, I don't think they have it anymore.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Then aside that, if the military takes over, you still have the northern people majorly in the military, and they are probably even like the top boss. Only a few other tribes are the top guys there as we speak. I think the best thing is just that electoral process, and we have somebody that has common sense that comes in and do censor, and even in the censor they categorize what age is what number, not just come and tell me Kano has population of 3 million or 70 million.
Just that your question back to you, a rational mind. What do you think is the way forward?
Well, you see, one man on your platform here, I've said it many times. We only can speculate. For me, I've looked at that country from top to bottom. I can't even see a way out of it. Like what DOG was saying and yourself was saying about electoral. I don't think election can solve it because this election we're talking about in Nigeria, it's been rigged even before the election itself. Why do I say it's been rigged? It's because you can imagine the number of people whose PVC has not been given out, and people who have already been frustrated in wanting to vote even before the election. They've already had their mind made up that they're not going to vote, and all because of what they've seen in that country, and trying to get these people to come out and vote. Because if they can have like 50 million people already having PVC, according to INEC, I think they said about 50 or 150 million people already are registered voters, and on the day of election, maybe 20 million or 25 million comes out. Is that an election? Well, that's an election, but that really does not decide the real. That's not the popular will of the people.
Yeah, so, voter apathy now. It's a universal malaise.
Well, in the Nigerian context, it is. It is even more pronounced in the Nigerian context.
Yeah, but it's a global phenomenon. Voter apathy.
One man. We know it's a global thing, but in the Nigerian context, we know it's even it's even more pronounced. It's even more so in the Nigerian context. So what I'm trying to say in Bible is that if you look at it from, I don't see the election being a panacea to we getting the real or the right leadership for that country. The only way I see that is, like we all say here, is if people can turn out massively without the voters' apathy, they come out, they vote massively for their choice preferred candidate, maybe that could really turn the tide. But I tell you, looking at the way the even so-called electoral reform, the electoral law, whatever they say they've enacted, I don't even see that even bringing us that right leadership in that country. So you see, we can only do wishy-washy, whatever. I mean, wish that something just terrible could happen, which already is happening in that country. The country will just implode on its own. That's just my. I will tell you, that's my prayer.
Let it for the country to implode.
Let it just implode.
In what way? In what way?
Implode in what way?
You see,
You
see.
Hold on. Let him follow through with that.
You see, with this whole thing going on with the insecurity, I just hope that each region people will just take up. I mean, just go on this protest, a massive protest, and say, well, they just don't want to be part of this union anymore. But I don't see that happening.
Yeah, that's unlikely though.
I don't see that happening. But if that happens, maybe that's the only way out of it. Because if we have to vote, I tell you, we're still going to vote people, not the right leaders we want. Because even the party level it has already been rigged. So the only people that will be given to us are the people certain individuals in the party or the power that be in the party would want us to vote for, not the people.
So you don't have a solution, is what you are saying essentially.
Yeah, invariably, one man is that none of us have the solution. Even though we only speculate here, we only wish that thing we say.
You see, it's more complex because it was just really Charles that opened up that space, saying that the South should do this and the South should do that, as though it's a matter of will that they can. And
how about a regional form of government? Would that work? If we actually split the country up,
but we're advocating for that, and they're saying no. So what do you do?
Those guys won't agree to that.
They're only saying no. I think maybe the formality, because if I don't know how the regional system of government works really, but there will be a center, but without much power, right?
Yeah, that's the restructuring narrative. That's the restructuring narrative.
How about in terms of how revenue, resources, like something like the crude oil, how will it be divided among those regions now?
That's resource control. So all of these things are already in discussion. There was a confab that was organized by Goodluck Jonathan that tackled all of these things, and a paper was released, was perfected. All of the ethnic nations in the country were invited to all agree. Nobody got everything they wanted, but they just landed on a neutral space. So all that was needed then was for that to be signed off. That tackled resource control, regional sub-autonomy, all of it and everything. So, and that was one of the things that Buhari campaigned on in 2014. But as soon as he got in, he said those documents, they will remain in the archives. So what do you do?
One man.
Yeah.
One man. I think, like everybody knows here, the problem of Nigeria is the North. The North, in the sense that they are afraid that the South, what Buhari is doing now, they are afraid that one day the South might decide they want to hold on to their own resources, which will now keep them perpetually poor. So now they grab power. For us to get it right, we must have people who truly believe that this country must be free and fair. And you cannot get those people anymore, because the military, as you are speaking, the military have already tied themselves to oil. All of them that are supposed to take over the country and bring it back to normalcy, they are already enjoying the oil one way or the other. So they will not let this status quo to go down the drain. They will fight you. They will kill anybody that comes as opposition that stops the oil flow to them. Go and look over all the creeks. All the oil, all the big boys from the military are sucking oil. That is why the country is going rapidly down and nobody is talking. That's why the politicians are sitting pretty. If not that the oil money is getting to the soldiers, they would have taking this country back to normal.
You know, if it wasn't for the oil money, the country would have just disintegrated a long time ago.
Of course.
Because the North, they don't especially rate the Southerners. They see us as Kafiris, that lesser than people, so it's like neophyte sort of people. And we see them as just a bunch of illiterates. That's how we see it. So it's not as though we are bound together by one commonality or any real affection for. It's the oil that holds that country together.
The oil. Yeah. It's the oil. And the military who are supposed to take over, look at them. Just look at what
they're not supposed to take over. That's not, it's not.
No, I'm not. Okay, let me not use that language. Yeah. But in when situations go this rapidly bad, like this, almost 100%, 200% bad, we know how things turn around. But it's not going to happen in Nigeria. And the Committee of Nations outside what's it called? The international community are not even going to help us. We see that they are busy with their own problems, and they're not ready for justice. They want status quo, and that is what they're getting. We're in a big mess.
We're in a very big mess.
Even going by what happened to Ukraine, did they even think of? Are they even helping them as close?
No,
as
because it takes resources to mobilize.
Exactly.
They are not when they are already spending the resources in Ukraine. So forget black people. Who cares about them?
Can you imagine the places where the agricultural wealth is supposed to be coming from is Africa? But this recent problem in Ukraine showed us that Russia and Ukraine are the first and fifth largest producer of wheat.
I know, that's fine. They have the technology. So yeah, I mean, but it's not as though that space was not open to us. We just did not avail ourselves. Like you said, we have land in abundance. We have fertile land all over the place, and it's not beyond the wit of man for you to just grow wheat. So if you don't grow it, then that's just our dumbness, isn't it? But let's get back to Thomas to round off his thoughts. Thomas, back to you.
Yes, thank you for the interjection. It's very, very good. And one thing I want us to know about all these killings that is going on in the north. Average northerner, anything that happens to them is God's will. We southerner, we are the one that normally we normally grieve our loved ones. Anything that happens to the north, even if I've met a northerner guy back in my state, in Oyo State. His wife died yesterday. The second day he opened the shop. People said, no, we don't do that. No. You have to stay home, grieve. He said, what happened? The lady has died. The second day, they buried the lady yesterday. Following morning, he opens the shop. So maybe it's their religion. They just take anything happens. Even if they bomb, they kill people. After the burial, everything is gone. So I think we southerner, we normally hold very we mourn our loved ones when we lost them, even though it is not on terrorist ground. But if we even lost them on a normal maybe it's a brief sickness, we normally grieve them. But northerner, they don't care. It's just I'm well along. That's what they will say. They will quote their Quran and they move on with their life. So Sheikh Gumi, it's just the man there. And one man rightly said it. If you are speaking to what they want, they will not arrest you. It's only if you are speaking against them. So to next question, one man.
Oh, all right, Thomas, for reasons of time, let me go on to Ego. So Ego, to you, I don't like to lose Ego too often because he's coming in from Nigeria. So we get that on the spot response from him. But also on the spot, Ego, 2023, Oshiomhole declares interest in Edo North senatorial seat. So this now, the guy is 70 years old. We know that's even by the papers, almost likely 75, with his Peperimpe wife. So he now gone in for senatorial seat, wanting to come back into the political landscape as though he has not looted enough. He's from your part of the world, Ego. So Oshiomhole, now soon to be senator. What are you making of that, Ego?
He's a politician.
Yeah.
Is he not a politician? He has the right to vie for any office.
Right.
It all depends on Nigerians. If Nigerians will allow him to come and sit in the Senate, that's the situation. If the constituency is about to champion their cause, we'll give him the chance. Okay, he's welcome. That's what we get in Nigeria.
Are you not tired of the way we seem to recycle all these tired old names that we've tested and found failing severally? He failed as a governor.
At the time,
he's not tired.
Let me just counter that now, so that you understand where I am. At a time, when you begin to look at the Nigerian youths and you see that they are dumps, they will come and fight you that they are not dumb. A Nigerian youth, a lady is championing a Mefele for president in the television and is telling us that a Mefele is going to stay on Buhari's legacy. And then I ask myself, what is Buhari's legacy that this Emefiele want to stand on or wherever or
killing? That is his legacy. Killing.
Wait, no, it's you that said it too. I didn't say anything. No. the youth of this country, they are the most foolish and the most silly entity we have ever gotten in this country before. If you see the way they are behaving in this country, we know that even they themselves don't have hope to themselves. Because they will be the one that will champion these people that will come and be stealing their billions and billions and billions out of this. And one person will thief 200 billion. Another person will thief 160 something billion. In a country where they don't have roads, in a country where they don't have water, when they don't have light, when they don't have nothing. And they are looking at these people. Then the youth that are supposed to come to champion their future, you will see them in TV supporting someone to come and help Buhari to make his wherever. But my brothers, if Adams Oshowole is going and they accept him, it's left for the youth.
Is it not it's just sad to say, you know.
It's the highest level of madness.
Yeah. When we say that, when I say that the Nigerian youth that they are brainless, the people will say that's a bit extreme, but they are brainless.
Dumb, not just brainless, they are dumb. It's good.
You know.
When Buhari
is it me and you that should be doing the fight, or all these 20-something, 30-year-olds that should be doing the fight? Is there a fight now? Is there a fight? You know.
Woman, how can they fight?
When they went to the public space and said the Nigerian youths are lazy, they come outside bashing him. But what he said is the truth.
Ugo, how can the youth in Nigeria fight for it?
But hold on, how can you say Nigerian youths are lazy?
Why are you talking
how
that
can
kind
they
of
fight for it?
If they are not lazy, why are they voting for 80 years old men? Can they rule this country? Who are you? What are you talking about?
What do you expect them to do?
They are
Form a political party.
They are lazy that is keeping them in the poverty and the suffering that they have.
You are very wicked.
You can't really blame
You are
them.
very wicked.
You can't really
No.
If the youth decide to form a party now, they get their PVCs, automatically they will change this country, right? With their vote.
Okay.
Can PVC change the country? Can you choose who you want?
Deep in your heart.
Right.
It did in 2015.
You want the old men to come and give you power free?
It did not. How did it
We
not?
don't want these old men to give you power free.
One man. I'm a youth myself. I'm in my 30s.
Right.
Okay.
So what are you doing to effect change?
Wait. I'll tell you the truth about it. I think even me particularly, yes, I have my PVC and everything, but I think the average mindset of the Nigerian youth is
Nigerian youth are dumb.
It's not that we're dumb, but we just don't believe.
I said they are dumb.
You just want to blow. You want to blow. You want to blow on Instagram.
Dumb. Okay, the so-called people like you, one man. What are you doing during your youth time? How many times? Why did you change the country during your youth?
They want to bam. Yeah.
They want to bam.
One man.
And their country is crumbling.
Hold on.
Coming to their 80s are still ruling them. And you ask them to keep quiet, and you are telling me that they are smart. Where they go?
One man.
You guys supporting
Sorry. Yeah. Go on. What's the question?
Ego that is supporting Wike.
No, we want let Charles put his question now. Put your question, Charles. Yeah.
When you were in your let's just say when you were in your 30s, who was in charge of Nigeria then? If I might ask.
I cannot even recall. Maybe I can't recall. Maybe Obasanjo or Abacha, one of the two. Yeah.
That's military.
No. Civilian.
Obasanjo is not civilian.
Talking to me or you?
No, yeah.
No, it's one man.
Yeah. I'm having to think back.
Because as far as this is a generational thing, I think we've never even apart from Obasanjo, which was, as far as I'm concerned, that would have been that would have
been Abacha. Yeah, carry on. Yeah,
I don't even think from the onset, right from Abacha times, those 80s and everything, the Nigerian youth has had a say in Nigerian political affairs. The last, even after the military, the civilian ruler that came in, that was Obasanjo.
I think you're wrong. The median age of the Nigerian president is actually around about 45, with Buhari pushing it that high up. Usually, the president in Nigeria is usually a man in his early 40s, thereabout.
So, if I was going to ask, what do you expect the Nigerian? Okay, what if the Nigerian youth were to actually be actively involved in politics? We form a party, we get our PVCs, then what?
You don't have to form a party. You are 60-70% of the population. I think they even say 75% of the population. So that then tells us that demography should be the one that holds sway. No matter however the game is played, that is the demography that should hold sway. But you are not holding sway. You are just on Instagram. You're on Instagram.
Are you talking to the youth in the south, or you're adding the north as well? Because the north is out of
that. Youth. You are talking about
the northern youth will not.
Hold on, one voice. Yeah. Why not? They're out in space talking, but they're all on Instagram.
How many of them are out in space?
One man. The problem is
the north alone cannot make you president.
I think we should move away from this idea that they're just some empty heads they're not empty heads in the north. I think we know that now.
No, how can you call the MCS in the north?
But you have to
call them in the north. They've been running the country all these years.
No. What he's saying is that we're not seeing any push from the northern youth. What we are seeing push from the northern youth is just as they push differently from the southerners.
Exactly.
Unless you are not following up very well, they are making some certain push. The educated ones, the ones that are enlightened, they are making some push. They are coming up.
They are following their leaders.
They are following their father and Rufai and co, their sons and
daughters. These people, this youth should speak in one spirit.
Carry on, go. Yeah.
In one spirit. You understand? They should move in one direction. Okay, for example, Showore is having a party. Banking W having a different party. These are having why these young men can't come together and make one person lead them?
Because their vision is different.
How is it? No, hold on. How is it different? What's the difference?
All of them want to be president.
The difference is
because of their vision.
Hold on, Nico. God. When somebody wants to interject, you allow them. What's the difference in their vision?
Yeah, it's very simple.
Yeah.
At the time about when Showore was contesting as president, yes. Banki was contesting in another party that is not even a popular party.
Right.
After that, they didn't both win election.
Yeah.
Banki channeled his energy in social stuffs, meeting with people, organizing conferences and all that. Now you look at it, which is what I've been saying. The only way for the youth, which I think the youths are waking up to, because I have like over 10 friends contesting, but they've now have to go and join PDP and APC, whichever pays them. So why is different is Showere's vision after he lost the election was going to the streets, calling revolution and doing all those things.
No. That I think you are conflating the word vision. They have the same vision.
It's different. One man, I understand what vision is, but once
let me answer that guy.
If you leave that movement of you want to be the president to now turn to protesting. You've changed the vision. You've switched the vision away from that. Now it's coming back to that vision again in the name that he wants to contest.
No,
which
but
I
that's
think
that's not the vision. But let it go. Yeah, it go. Yeah.
Does that boy has his own platform before that Wallington, which is Banking W? Yes, he did, which is Modern Democratic Party, right? Then Showore has AAC, right? If he went and meet Showore, see, I'm bringing my Modern Democratic Party, my crowd, I'm bringing them to AAC.
Showore is the one contesting for president. He's just contesting for an honorable. He can easily do that without somebody that wants to be president need to align with people, most especially if your party is not a known party.
This argument you are making now is
it's just making the point that Nigerian youths
are just talking like one of these youths here that are empty-headed.
This thing is politics. It's not business. You are talking about it as if it's business.
If you say you want to support the youth today, they will be
hold on. Listen,
you've
made your point. Listen,
now you are pushing into the youth to come and help.
It's not business. You see, it's not business. Banky W is contesting as honorable. It doesn't really need to go and make Showore because Showore in the space of politics in Nigeria is even nobody at that point. So Showore that wants to be president is the one that really needs people around more. Banky W will work his way. Now, hasn't he worked his way? You think he will be stupid enough to go and join is it AAN or AAC or whatever Showore is because he wants to win? He will never win the election.
Showore should have a question.
Yeah. They should come together as a force first before they think of winning anything.
Ego, please wait. DOG, please, can you tell me what Banky W can achieve if he wins the election and gets into that House of Assembly? What is he going to achieve for his people?
He will probably he will have impact in his constituency, that's for sure. And he will come up with creative and innovative ideas because it's well exposed and you know what is going on. And you can tell from all the seminars and conferences he's been organizing, it brings people that are so intelligent and they speak to the space. And that is why I think, and this is why I always blame Showore. You in that position wanting to be president, I'd want to need to be looking far away to go and be picking people. They don't need him. He's the one that needs them because him is going for national. They is just about constituency and they are already celebrity. They are known people already.
Yeah,
so
no, but I think you are making. I think you are making a mistake in that reasoning, because it's not really them needing Showore or Showore needing them. It is really a symbiotic sort of need system.
It's about the youth, the gathering, the alliance.
All right, just carry on.
Showore, you people are convinced. Showore himself, how do you even trust Showore will perform better when he gets
Forget Showore
That's
now.
the problem. Everybody has their vision. And if why are people not joining Showore?
You are missing a big point.
Why is it being chased away during NSAS? It was being chased away.
Forget all. You are missing a big point. DOG. Forget Showore. Forget Banky W. And you said they don't have a vision. Their visions are different. But their visions are not really different. The overarching objective of all of everything is to rescue Nigeria from the people that are running it to the ground.
So because they want to rescue Nigeria.
Do you want to listen or do you want to just
No, to me it doesn't mean their vision is the same.
Why don't you just listen? All right,
you do
carry on. All right, carry on. Yeah.
Okay.
No, carry on because no, he's not going to listen. So
you can't tell me I'm not making sense. You are not understanding me. I can see you are not making sense yourself.
You are not making points.
You are not making any points.
All right, but we don't want to make it a rowdy session because we had that last time.
Why? You are not making point, guy.
Why would Banky W go and meet him?
DOG, can you let one man land?
No, he won't let me land because he won't.
Let him land and you can respond, please.
What I was trying to say to you, DOG, is that forget Banky W going to meet Showore or Showore going to meet Banky W, or that they have a different vision or they don't have a different vision. They don't have a different vision because there are two things at stake: the people that are hemorrhaging the country and the rescue mission. So that rescue mission is an umbrella. So they can't all think all the same. But the objective, the real vision, which is the mission, is to rescue the country. So if you have ideas for rescuing the country and I have ideas for rescuing the country, those ideas have to coalesce under one big umbrella in order for us to be sufficient enough of a strength to rescue from these people. But if you are saying Banky W has to stand on his own space and wait for Showore to come and meet him, and Showore is too busy doing the salutan nonsense, and Foladuro Toye is
This
just
is
there.
the Tom brain of the
Okay, let me
Nigeria
just
youth we are
remove you.
talking
Let me
about
remove you
now.
because if you don't let me talk, then I have to remove you. So if okay, I've lost my train of thought, but that is where I was going.
I
But
can pick
about
from where you stop. I get what you said. I get what you
yeah.
said, one man. But the point is, Banky W is contesting as honorable. He's thinking
Right.
about his constituency.
Is he an agent of change?
He's an agent of change, but
And is he against?
obviously,
Is he anti the status quo?
yes.
Okay, so that itself, that all the anti the status quos, they have to align as one strong potency in order to rescue the country, and that is the vision.
Yeah,
So
but the way you are saying it, one man, let
yeah,
me say one thing to you. The way
right.
you are saying it in a political space, this is how it works.
Right.
I'm Banky W. I have Showore there. He wants to contest as president. He's in an unpopular party. One. Then I see the way Showore is moving. Showore came and meet them Banky W in Nigeria when he came. The way Showore is doing his politics is not the way. So everybody that is going into politics have their vision and plans and mission. So their vision might be the same thing, but the way they want to go about the mission and the journey is different. Which is what I'm saying. Like, even for Showore, I would expect him, but because he doesn't even align with anybody, somebody like him should probably even join one of this party and contest for like governorship or senatorial seats. But you look at the KW now, he saw the vision. He said, okay, I want to be this. He went and formed a party thinking, okay. But he saw that, okay, the way I'm going is not the direction. But he didn't go out on the street and start making protesting and all that. He thought about it. It's okay, I will join one of these parties. I will still achieve winning the election by joining these parties because they are a popular party. Then I can carry out my own vision and
Yeah, but
mission.
it doesn't work like that, does it? Really?
It does work like that.
Nigeria. But for somebody that wants to be honorable, he will already channel his point. Like, for example, let me use Shino as example. Shino already know he's going for senatorial. He didn't go for senatorial straight, and he didn't go and form one party. He joined APC, and he know he's going to get the ticket in Isenyi, they're from Isenyi, in Isenyi. And he got the ticket and he won. Now he's going for senatorial, and he has done his assignment well. That's the way he wants to go. He can be president in the next 8 years once he gets that senatorial, depending on how you move in there. And all these guys are getting it. And that is why I keep shouting here, like, people need to go and join these parties. That's the only way. If you
there's one difference between Banky W and Showore. If you look at two things, Banky W, when he contested for the House of Rep initially, was under the platform of is it Modern Democratic Party?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, Modern Democratic Party, where he was contesting with Obani Koro and Omotesho Bakare of PDP. Okay, he lost the elections, and I'm sure he saw that, went back to his drawing board, and already made a conclusion that the only way he could break through into this political sector was by going to form an allegiance with one of the major political parties, and that is what Showore is not seeing. He has already looked. Yes, we can come as one, and we can come as one. Do you understand? You could say that the youth should go and join Showore, become a force and everything. But I can tell you that based on past experiences, we will fail again, because the way politics is run in Nigeria is more of a power tussle between APC and PDP, unfortunately. The only way to break into the Nigerian political landscape is by joining one of those two parties. And that is where Showore, and you've said it on this platform a number of times, that is where Showore is getting it wrong. Showore comes out thinking...
But do you really think that you can go into the party and effect that change? Or that party will change you?
Never.
the party will change the way things that the party will change you. But let's start first by the first step is by getting into that party. That's the number one step.
Because
after that,
you know, a lot of people have gone in under this umbrella, and one of them now wanted to contest Edo North. So Oshiomhole went into the parties with this same ideology. We saw what happened to him. Festus Keyamo, he went in with the same ideology. We saw what happened to him. Even this Desmond Elliot, well, they will eventually become thieves. Well, you
Oshiomhole is a thief. Even when he was
you think Wellington W will be a thief? Wellington W will be a thief too. Yeah,
he was taking money when he was Labour leader. That's why I'm saying we can't even trust Showore. Everybody, people can come out and say
you can't trust the Wellington also. The Wellington, you can't trust him in the PDP. Immediately get in there now, you will see what
trust him. I think he's a man that
you trust what. Let him reach there first.
You do know that by the time he enters these major political parties, they will be the one to chart his political future for him, and you have to play ball with them.
And
because they will tell him,
from
House of Reps,
go on.
From House of Reps, Wellington, no problem. You're a good boy. If you want to move to senator, you know what to do. You can be from senator, you can be a governor in some few years, but you have to. What do you do then? That's the question.
Even for him to get that ticket from House of Reps, because he has to get the ticket before he can contest. They will be compromised to get. He will have to.
There is nothing to compromise when it comes to honorary. These are the easiest political position.
They hand it over. They hand it, whoever wants. You go in and you just collect it.
One man, you are saying my point now. You are saying the point.
You see,
even if he gets there, he will be sorry. Even if he gets there,
even they need Banky W.
They need Banky W
more. Because of
what I said today. He will soon be a thief. Just watch.
Even when he gets there, all these ideas that he has will be shut down
very quickly. Even before he gets the ticket, he was already compromised. You know.
Yeah. Even if he gets to the house, most of these ideas, he brings it up, they shut it down. It was somebody that brought out the idea that the politicians' children should go to school in Nigeria. They shut it down. If you bring out any idea that's going to stop this status quo, they will shut it down. So what are we saying?
Apart from ideas, they give them money for the constituency. If he has impact on his constituency and he keep pushing for things like that, at some point, by the time youth start flourishing in that party, their idea will align at some point because all those people will be outdated. So he will still have effect on his constituency, which is what we don't have now. Most people in those positions just even eat all the allocation for the constituency. They chop the money.
And you think he would not? You think he will not do the same?
He won't do the same. It will be. He will
work.
He will work to I can tell. I was the one that brought the guy's name into this space, and I've read into him. I've been following politics of Nigeria since days of SDP and NRC, and I've been into politics. Like somebody was saying, sometimes even election, they've started voting on Thursday before Saturday in Babade Dibu's house. They would have started thumbprinting before that Saturday. So if they want to rig, they will rig. They are not releasing PVC to some people because they want to use it to rig. So let's leave all this thing. We know how they play this thing. Nigerian politics is different. You can't come to the space and want to be Fela Anikulapo Kuti at the same time want to be Peter Obi, and you can't be two different things. You have to follow the system and use scope to enter the system.
That's why Showore is not getting anywhere.
And I would suggest to Showore himself, he should stop wasting his time. He should go and contest in one of the party and probably go for senatorial. He will win election.
No. I consider Showore a waste of time too. But back to Igo. Igo, back to you.
I will tell you now that in Nigeria today, it is the youth that are campaigning for this old man. I'm telling you, the youth are not campaigning for themselves. The funny thing about you, see a 23 years old man telling us in the television that he wants a Mefele to come and improve on Buhari's legacy. A 22 years old girl who don't know anything, I mean 23 years old. So this is what they do to us when they steal all the country money. As people are complaining that you give power to the youths now, they will bring one 25 years old girl forward, put him in the TV, begin to tell us, let me land, you will come, let me land. They will put her or he or she in the TV, could come and be telling Nigerians that we should vote for this and vote for that. These are people that you form an alliance within themselves and say no to all these old leaders. They are the one promoting these old leaders. And you are telling me that Nigeria can change tomorrow or next tomorrow. I don't believe that, one man.
Let me tell you
I don't
something.
believe.
Ugo, yeah.
Nobody will go if that boy that is going to PDP now banking W, they will warn him. If you come here go put water for our guy, we go do you win. You don't know how Nigerians they talk because you still
we've already seen Banky W in the House of Reps, and his name is Desmond Elliott. We saw how he went in.
That's not Banky W.
They are the same person now.
They are not the
What
same
did they do? Come on,
they are
man.
not the same. They are just both celebrities.
They are the same people.
You can't say that.
One man, I think to be honest, the only way the youth can actually have analyzed it, and the only way they can actually get into the political landscape is by like Banky is doing, is by joining one of those parties. Take for instance, look at this permutation. If right now it was Tinubu or whoever is in APC, and we pick a Shewore has the backing of all PDP governors, all PDP senators, and all whatnot, then with the youth also with his side, don't you think he will be a formidable force then?
I think the way the youth can come into politics is if the status quo allows them. And the pathway is being created, actually. I think ATIKU has a pathway for them. Because he's saying if he becomes president, all of his ministers of state will be under 35. So then you will have a good period of time for these people to establish their political names, and
but those people are dangerous. They are dangerous. So those people you are talking about, they are worse criminals. Please.
Well, we'll find out,
You see,
you mean ATIKU or the others? Hold on.
What's criminals?
Those young people that you think ATIKU is going to bring. Those people you are thinking ATIKU is going to bring.
They cannot be stealing this kind of billion.
They can't be that bad. They're not as.
They can't be stealing this. This people they steal billions.
This guy is
200 billion
outside this politics.
One person.
Not people from inside the politics, outsiders.
The youth are supporting youths. I have youths that are contesting honorable and all those things. But when it comes to presidency, you can't see the youth coming out to support the youth because they know they won't even get the ticket in those parties. They already know the people that will get the ticket, and they will rather just speak out of those people. But when it comes to all these honorable, gubernatorial, senatorial, which are youth are supporting them. But because most people, and that's the problem of the politics of Nigeria, everybody focus on the presidents, of which there is a lot your honorable could do for you. There's a lot your chairman, there's a lot your governor could do for you. If you vote those right people, even in that grassroots level, there will be an impact already before you now start focusing on federal. So a lot of youth are supporting. There is a lot of youth contesting. You need to go and check every state now. Go and check who is contesting for honorable. Most of them are even contesting against all these old folks that have been in those parties for years. I have a list of friends. I've always been saying I have over 10 friends contesting in Nigeria.
What do you mean contesting? They're showing ambition or actually have a ticket? Because I don't know.
They are going to get the ticket, obviously, because most of them will get the ticket. Trust me, because in that aspect now is mostly youth that are contesting for honorable. You won't
really?
see.
Have you had a look at the house recently?
In the house recently, not the people trying to come into the house.
Oh, so the people who hold the seats, are they going to step aside? Are they going to step aside?
I think the youths are waking up, and most of them now are joining those parties.
No. Forget all of that. Do you think the people who are already in situation, they are going to step aside for these youths?
No, at some point they will have to. Age is telling on all of them.
Well, don't forget.
So maybe in the space of being a president, maybe not yet. But in those honorable people will go out and vote for the youth to go out and vote for youth right now.
Those people still have plenty of time. There's still a good 15, 20 years in them, and this youth will no longer.
Those people are not looking to be honorable anymore. Most of them want to be either governor or senator or president.
Hold on. Hold on. Because we already have a good example just in this session now with Oshiomhole. Do you want me to reread that story?
He wants to be senator, not honorable.
Hold on.
So you can't join politics. Okay. Mama, you can't join politics in Nigeria and want to be senator straight. You will never win because you meet people in the party. It is only if you've been in the party and you have name, that's when you can get the ticket. You are just wasting your time. And that's why I'm saying the way Nigerian politics works, you have to start from a spot. You can't just come now and say, I want to be president in one of those parties. It's not possible. So you have to plan your moves.
Yes, you have to plan your moves. But the point that I was using Oshiomhole as an example, not to say it was going to be an honorable, but just to show you that how those people, they hold a stranglehold on that space. So there are only set seats. I think it's about 300 or something, the totality of it. So the ones that cannot be senators, they will continue to be honorables, and they are not going to give up that seat. Because somebody has to drop out now for somebody to come in.
They won't win election.
They won't win elections.
What people don't see is PDP won't just give Banky W ticket. They know the guy will bring votes. They know people will vote for him. That's why they are giving him the ticket.
Really?
At some point, even if an elderly person that has been in the party and is old is contesting, and there is a youth, when they have meetings, they say how many crowd of people come.
All right. Said Banky W aside, you are saying there's this glut of youths that are targeting the assembly. And I'm saying to you that the people that are already in the assembly, they are not going to give way for these youths, either at the party level. So you are saying that this Banky W, he has celebrity advantage. I'm not conceding that, but for the purposes of the argument, let me concede that. So he gets by. But all of this bunch of youths that you're saying they're targeting the assembly, they are already people are in situation in the assembly that have been there several times into it. They want to go to the Senate, but the Senate is not opening up for them, so they continue to subsist within the assembly. And I was only citing Oshiomhole as an example to say that these people, they want to hold on to political spaces at any age. Oshiomhole celebrates 70. He's going to be a senator for his district. So, and the same applies in the assembly. Those people, they are going to hold on to that honorable title. So these youths that you are coming in, it would take some moving for you to move them out of the party ticket, never mind move them out of that honorable seat.
You said the party ticket. You know what gets the party ticket? All these youths we are talking about are people that are popular in their constituency, and they have the crowd. And hold on, one man, this is how they know how they have the crowd. You see, when they have meetings, it's the crowd that comes with you. When they go about, it's the crowd that comes with you that really matters. You see, a lot of youths have done a lot of things in Nigeria. Don't look at them like that. So a lot of people know them, and a lot of youths want to vote for them. So if they see that you old man will make us lose, they will put the youth that will make them win. Musad, if you've been there
all right.
Okay.
No, it sounds like
I accept. That is why
don't accept it because you have your own argument. But I'm just saying that the reality.
I know what I'm talking about, Sha.
Yeah, it's wishful thinking somewhat. Yeah, go on.
Woman, can I speak, please?
Go on.
I don't think the youth can do it alone. They need some of these old politicians who know that the youth are the future. They need some of them, just like a football team. You need some of the old players and the new players. I believe that some of these old politicians can also help to pave the way, because most of these youths you are calling youths, they are criminals. The truth is, most of those ones, especially those ones already
billions.
They were worse criminals. They would do worse than what these old people are doing. But we know the youth. I'm not saying the youth. I mean some of those who are already enmeshed in politics.
As the ones that are criminals. So
some of them, they
all these youths have people in the party.
Now, let me talk now.
Let me talk
now. Like what one man said that ATIKU is going to put the youth in some other places. Go and mark my word. ATIKU was the head of customs. He used youth within that custom to siphon money
Oh,
it's not just any youth you call youth that are going to change, that is in for reforms. Those ones you are talking about, Atiku has so many of them who can help him. They will turn this country upside down. They will
no, come on, man. No, I think you are just taking it in a different direction. That wasn't even
okay. Okay.
Oh, God. Anyway.
No. I was just spoken my mind.
No, you spoke with your prejudice, not your mind. But
no prejudice. I'm in for youth. I support Showore, but I'm saying the kind of youth that you are
talking about.
The
whole? No, you don't say the kind of youth now. You don't know the kind of youth now. You know. So
haven't you had youth? Haven't you had youth in PDP during the days of the PDP?
Right.
Don't you see what they did? Yeah, we had this young man, one of them, information minister or something.
Well,
was a young.
Akinwumi Adesina came into PDP as a youth.
Oh, that no, but that one is not a youth now. But he's exceptional.
It wasn't a youth 20 years ago.
So, most of the guys who did things during the Obasanjo
Madam Mobi was a youth 20 years ago.
No, she wasn't.
She wasn't a youth 20 years ago.
She wasn't. Even then, she wasn't.
She wasn't a youth.
But they were
the
just
way she dresses, Abby. Look at this guy.
No, but you can just pick 5 of them who Obasanjo picked and they changed the whole scenario. There were 5 of them. There are not so many that did the magic. But a lot of people under that administration stole money. That's the truth. We are so rich that people steal and you don't even notice because some things are going well. Now, why? No, I don't believe this article's you too.
And I wasn't citing that as the perfect example, by the way, but I was just saying that's a vehicle that's because if it's coming in with under 35s and they're going to be in play for 4 years solid. So for all of those 4 years, you are able to assess their performance, they are able to establish name recognition, and you are then able to know their politics. So that just brings in a whole class of youth into high politics just in one swoop. You know, rather than saying you're going. Yeah.
But if they fall into this same system, they will become like the old people there. The old players.
It's up to them.
So many youths, as they say, it will put. It's just
you know that's it now. So it's stating it. I'm not trusting him, but we only have to go by what is being said.
We should stop going by what they say. We should look into.
Does that include Banky W too?
Banky W.
Should we go by what he said?
I've looked into the guy's way. I've looked at him, his lifestyle.
Some music man, and Amugbo. You know, he's not a drug addict.
No,
music people are drug addicts.
No, that man is married. Do you know who he's married to? A very decent woman.
I don't even know the guy.
Adesua will tell him what to.
Is it Adesua of Arise?
Yeah, Adesua Tommy will tell him what to do. Adesua is smarter than that guy. He will tell him what to do.
How do you mean? Whether the Adesua is also a drug addict, you know?
You are not abreast.
Are you not? You see, that's the problem. We are talking about that.
Were you not here when the one of the Nollywood actors came out and he was laughing that the sister is a drug addict? Were you not in this platform?
Sorry, repeat what you just said, Igo, because there were three other people talking at the same time.
I said, if that woman cracks, do you know? You don't know, you are not with them. Don't judge people because you see their innocent looks.
But she doesn't.
A brother came to the public space, was accusing
what you don't
his
know, what is going on in the system?
Who is a Nollywood actress, accusing her of being a crankist or drug addict.
So they are complaining that the youth are not participating in politics. Banky
is that what?
You are saying the youth aren't participating. They should stand up and fight and go into politics. Banky W is a youth. He has played his cards well by joining a major political party to have an edge.
Igo is telling us
now
he's a drunkard.
The guy again.
And a drug addict.
You don't look at them, a decent person who told me we talk to him. Who told me to talk to Banky W? Who is he to talk to you? It's the wife, and that's all. If you want to steal 1 billion, Utomi will tell her not to steal the money. She will tell the man not to steal the money.
What are you even
saying? You don't know Adesua. If you know,
now
if you go and read her profile.
Follow you.
Adesua is a decent woman. She did not
end up acting. Follow you now. The decent guy. It's not
true. I just tell you.
She's one of the most decent lady in that Nollywood.
You don't defend people you don't know because you see them.
He's the most decent person you can come across. Period. Adesua is not anybody. Just
Can you tell me
anybody.
one person in politics that you can defend that is decent for you? What's your own level? What do you mean by decent? Give me one example.
Myself.
Give me one example of a decent politician.
Are you talking to me?
Talking to
yes,
you.
Now.
Give me one example. Because everybody is not decent. Everybody is a drugs. Yeah, give me one example of a decent politician.
Are you decent?
Okay, for me, I don't know any decent politician.
Are you decent?
I know politicians are
No, hold on.
You are coming here to tell us that Adesua will tell Baki W, blah, blah, blah. Will you just talk something that is reasonable? Please.
No, but you see, the thing is, this is the problem that we have. When Nigo is telling us that these people are drug addicts and drunkards, and you are saying that because they are youths, that's acceptable. But if you were saying that
in the internet just now, one of them was accusing his sister, who is an Hollywood actor, of being a drug addict.
Is that Adesua? You see, is that Adesua? Come on, mate. What are you talking about?
She is from Nollywood.
Annie is never in the class of Adesua. And she
How can you compare Adesua with Two-Face?
How do you mean? How is their class different? What
different class, total different class.
They are different
class.
I know that's where you are.
Are you just control people? The noise is too much.
I'm telling them that one should speak at
one
a time.
Man, let them differentiate the class of these people for us, please. Differentiate these two Nollywood actors. Differentiate their class for us. This one is in Nollywood. Annie did that in Nollywood. Differentiate them for us. Which one is more classic and more classical? You people just come to the public space and just talk. So that
so that bunky
Which one is more classic? Tell us.
All right. No. Hold on. Let's not get too heavily into show business. But essentially, it looks as though this Banky W is just another one. It's no different from ATIKU, is what we're hearing.
No. He's not. He's a decent guy. He's the one that brought. He came into this business because he was one of those.
How do you know?
Because I know. Because my uncle is close to these guys.
Oh, look at that.
You understand? Yeah. So don't just judge people because you can speak about every other person, but Banky W, you know that Banky W is close to this guy who got married to Tools. They're very good friends. This guy was based abroad before he came to Nigeria.
So what? I'm
just saying
this guy that is talking is a small boy. He just came into the street. You just enter the street in life. You don't understand what friends is all about. That's why you are talking this shit in the public space. You are defending Banky W, or you are defending the wife or the girlfriend. You are so funny, man.
Yeah. But you don't know them. Why can you just say somebody is a drug addict when you don't even know them?
No,
do you know them? Do you know them?
I just told you my uncle is close to them.
No, hold on. That doesn't make you know what they are now. What I mean,
if your uncle is close to them, so no, your uncle stay with them in the same house, not even close to them. Your uncle is
settle down.
He said Adesua takes drug and is mentioning Annie Dibia. How are they the same? Annie is from the street. He's being on the street.
It is you that said that word. It is you that said that word.
Listen, if you don't know, you don't know. What you just said does make me know you don't even know what you're talking about.
It is you that said. Come on,
you don't know Adesua. I'm not sure you even know Adesua. I don't like people
what I said is quite clear. I said they are both Nollywood stars.
Come on.
You had one of the brother coming to complain of one
Ego is in Nigeria. Ego is in Nigeria, so he
does that
knows
mean he
better.
knows what is going on in Nigeria? He only knows what is going on in Avenue.
Oh God!
One man,
know what
this
is
your
going on in
people with
Nigeria.
this
Somebody
stuff.
that's
They don't know
One man, the
anything
story
about
he's
it.
talking is
They
different
just
from what
discuss
is reality.
You will be shocked
He's
to
talking
know
about
tomorrow
Two-Face
about
Okay,
people
so
they are,
there are two
that
of
they
you
are
talking now.
defending here like heaven and earth now. So you'll be shocked to know about them tomorrow.
You said Nigeria is safe. You didn't just say Nigeria is safe. No banditry, nothing again. Nothing is happening.
Okay, everybody hold on. I'm saying this especially to Ugo and DOG. So to both of you, when somebody else is talking and you are talking over them, nobody is hearing you. This is what Thomas just said. And I keep saying to, and especially you, DOG, who you seem to want to overrun everybody. So when they are wanting to talk, just allow them. So let's hear from Charles. Charles, to you. Charles.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think DOJ is actually mixing the two things together. Annie Adibia is one person and Utomi is another. The drug
It
issue
is ego that is mixing things.
Yeah,
not
yes,
me.
it's ego that is mixing it. The drug issue was relating to Annie Idibia. There was no such news regarding Adeswa regarding using of drugs and everything. And also, I think Ego, you have, I don't know where you want to be. You are at the same time complaining about youths not being active in politics, not standing up. You have a youthful person, and you're the same person trying to bring the person down, smear the person's name. Someone that is well qualified, well educated.
No. Don't defend what you don't know.
What do you mean? How many
My
of your
position is
politicians
quite
do you
clear.
know?
I'm not defending anyone. I'm not backing anyone. See, I cannot fight for anyone or come and I don't know. See, you will be shocked if you defend some people and you later know how far. You will hide this your face from this platform.
How many of our Nigerian
You should be
politicians
straightforward in your
we know their
disposition.
history?
You cannot just tell me say you are Baki W now uncle. You are an cousin because I'm a musician. So what?
Okay, do you know them? Do you know them? Do you know them?
No, you know them.
I think you have a.
I'm just asking a question.
You have
now.
a problem
Do you know
with
them?
people in the entertainment industry. You just feel like in the US or something, maybe people in the entertainment industry have a very the lifestyles and everything are not compatible with politics. I think you have that kind of thinking regarding people in that. Not everyone is like that. There are some of them that are actually very, very smart. That are industry leaders and everything. Not everybody in the entertainment industry deals with drugs or lives a flamboyant lifestyle. I think that's where your problem is coming from. That's what I see anyway.
People just come and talk sometimes.
He just talking.
Just for the sake of
Let him tell us if he knows Adesua. He should tell us.
All right.
Where is he?
If I know who I'm here, I'm here. If I know
doesn't know her personally, but you know,
you are the one that doesn't know what you're talking about. You are the one that should go and do research about.
That fair young
Ego, you have a problem. Oh. You just say somebody has a drug addict.
No, that's too much. Now don't say go.
How can you just smear somebody like that? That's very offensive. Now, yeah, I'm pissed at this kind of comments.
I am on the platform. Don't quote me, okay? I am here, so don't quote me. Say what you know.
You say a drug addict. She's a drug addict.
Say what you know, so that they can replay what we have spoken in this place. I just said to you, he came out for one man, and then I said to you guys, do not just look at these people the way you see them. You say, we must look at them like that. We must believe them who we see. I said no. Their innocent look does not tell you what they are or who they are. And the next you say your brothers, I say, listen. There is one Nollywood woman who the brother was quarreling now that the sister was drugged, the cracking, blah, blah, and refused to help him. If not that the brother that came out to tell us something, nobody knows if the woman is a crank.
Everybody knows Annie takes.
Everybody knows that
that brother has been paying for the school fees of all the kids.
Do you know?
Child, he's been paying for their hospital bill.
And
he pays for his house rent. You don't even know the story. You just see something on social media. You don't even read what is going on. You just come and talk here. You just talk.
It is baseless because you don't know them.
It's wrong. You don't just come to somewhere and
now your father, sister.
I was even trying to say
that your wife. This one
no. Hold on. Oh,
don't defend anybody.
Don't refer to anybody's fathers, please. Don't do that. You know not to do that.
Yeah, no.
I don't understand him. But listen, Ego.
Yeah. This has nothing to do with insult. I said, don't defend anybody you don't sleep with. It's as simple as that. That common sense, man.
If it's like that, we will not vote anybody at all.
Oh, the Buhari that we voted for, do we know him? Do we sleep with him? Do we stay in the same house with him? Oh, Obasanjo and everybody. Leave all that thing, Jerry. These people that even live.
You cannot be defending somebody. You go London, they say, you know, at this one.
What man is talking about?
You live in Nigeria. I don't even know what is going on there. Apart from what is going on your streets. And they are separate joints where you buy your Odogu drink.
He knows more than you. He knows more than you.
He doesn't know what is going on in Nigeria. I can tell you from this nonsense he's talking about. He doesn't know what he's talking about. You never know what you are talking about, even when you talk about Nigeria.
Where are you? What do you do
about it? I have my ears on ground in Nigeria, and I know what is going on in Nigeria more than you. That you live in Nigeria.
Right. Let's not personalize the conversation, though.
And
so
the
let's
only
not
person you know is backing W and Adesua. Abi?
Do you know them?
Right. In the Nigeria, backing W and Adesua, you know. And your uncle is their friend. Abi? Finish.
My
one man, please, let's move to another topic.
All right, thank you. Go. Yes, we must really move. So to the Khalib space, the Sheikh Khali, who comes to criticize Buhari for not being fit for purpose, and then suspended, then sacked, and Sheikh Gumi pointing mocking hands at him. So to the narrative of Sheikh Khalib, is it making any news in Nigeria, Sheikh Khalib? Ego.
Who are you talking to? The whole country has been on that issue after the guy was suspended by. Is it not that guy, that Sheikh from that Apple Legislative Mosque?
Yes.
The guy has been suspended. I think we understood he got another offer or whatever to continue.
Yes.
That guy, what he just said, the problem I have with Buhari is that I don't understand the kind of democracy he's running in this country. That's what I don't understand. When you say anything, they come and shoot you with gun, or they come and come on, this is bullshit. Come on, to talk again is a problem. People should be allowed. The Sheikh said he's not going to stop talking, that he's going to proceed with whatever he's saying. That he wants to come after him to do. But he's not going to keep his mouth shut. But the guy didn't say anything wrong. He just said the truth of what he's saying. And there is nothing wrong in that. And then people are attacking him. The government are attacking him. Well, come on.
How are the masses reacting to this, to the narrative? Is there any
the masses in the country? You know, you see most of this in social media and the television.
Yeah.
What they are saying is normal. That nobody should be chased by gun or by anything for speaking, you know, the truth. And what that man said was just the truth. The masses believe that the man said the truth and nothing but the truth. So whatever you are doing to him, come on, you are just doing it that's normal mentality of guns and everything to shut everybody's down and let people keep quiet. You can't lead the nation. You can't lead the nation by force now, by threatening them with guns every time they talk now. When they speak, you send DSM to go and kill them. When they talk, you send this person to go and you can't lead the nation. That's why I always say that Babangida and this other man, Obasanjo, they are some of the best presidents we have in this country. But people will tell you, this and that, blah, blah, blah. But those two people, if you watch their administration, you will know that they are not that they are the best, but they are the best leadership we've gotten in this country.
All right. Thank you, Go. Let me acknowledge Alexander Gomez's super chat. He says, as Nigerians, we suffer from ageism. Folks forget that youth cannot do anything in Nigerian politics. It is a closed shop. So thank you for the super chat, Alexander. But this is what we're trying to explain to DOG. But I think because Banky W,
I think I'm not woman. You are the one that is not understanding me. I say youth should join, and the people that are joining that are youth, you have to start from an honorable. You won't go to the space of wanting to be president or governor at the first try. Even Lamadeshino tried it with his own son. He lost election. Dapo lost election until Ajumobi gave him a political appointment. Then he now won honorable after them. You have to start from somewhere. That's how you can climb onto the ladder. But you can't just go there and be tackling with this guy, which is what I think Alexander is trying to talk about. There are people already in the party already. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying they can do anything.
What is actually saying is that your youth takeover is a pipe dream. So it
they
says
they were taking over. Is she not a youth? He's going to be senator next. He's been honorable already, and there are a lot of young honorables like that in the system right now as we speak.
Name
not
one.
Everybody that comes know what they are
name
talking
three.
about.
You said there are a
sometimes.
lot. Name three.
I can't remember, but you Google it. Google.
You said there's a lot. It's not for me to
I
Google.
I know there is a lot. I can't remember their
lot.
name as I speak. I'm babysitting.
Okay,
I can't be remembering name.
Yeah,
but likes of Shino, there are couples of honorable that are not even 50 yet, and they are honorable, federal honorable as we speak. And most of them are going to be contesting as governor and senatorial seats next, and they are working on it. And that's why they get it.
And the senators in place, they will leave space for them, Abby.
Obviously, if the party, you think the party will just give you because you've been senator before. If they think this guy has crowd and he has political muscles and is going to win election for them, they will give him the ticket.
So the person that has been there since 1999, he doesn't have
political. That doesn't mean he has political muscles. ATIKU has been contesting. This is like the system ATIKU is contesting. They didn't win election.
Man, you are joking.
He is joking.
What do you mean I'm joking?
He's joking. You are joking.
What do you mean I'm joking?
Joe and then King.
Let me tell you something. The only position in Nigeria that is difficult to get to is governor and president. All those senatorial, honorable, state honorable, if you have political muscle and you get the ticket, you will win and go there. And that's how people build from politics. That's how you start. You don't just go to politics and want to be president. Not to talk of want to be president in another party.
Yes. So ask Google. Well, what this is ask Google, not me telling you to ask Google, but it says one man, what is youth in Niger?
25 to 45, of course.
45 or 45 to 60. So
25 to 45. These people I'm saying, they are in their 40s and mid 40s. And the youth I'm talking about that are going now, most of them are in their 40s. That's what I'm saying. Some of us we can live abroad, but we connect, we still connect with Nigeria like nothing else. So if I'm saying some things I know, Ugo just lives in Nigeria. You only know what is going on in
you have to understand that. And okay, don't worry, because you won't accept. But Ego has a hand. Ego has his hands in a lot of things. He's a top level functionary, Ego. So don't worry about.
So does that mean what is going on in Nigeria?
He knows what.
You might know what is going
on in
Lagos in terms of his business.
What I said
he might know how to go about his business.
One man.
That doesn't mean know what is going on in the country.
These two guys that are championing these people, as I said, it baffled me. You just stand in the public space and be defending someone. I cannot stand.
We can defend anybody we are going to defend.
Brother,
you don't say what you don't know. You are saying what you don't know. Calling at this why
what do you know?
All right.
This one is not a drug addict.
No. Maybe
who called her?
You cannot say that she's not, though, if you don't know her personally.
No, she's not. I know.
You cannot say that she is either.
You would know people that are drug addicts. She's not a drug addict.
How would you know?
We know. Okay, what makes her a drug addict? How did you know? It would have come out. People would have known she's a drug addict. Tiwa Savage husband is a drug addict. We know that.
He didn't say that.
Is a drug addict. We know people that are drug addicts in that country. That's why I say we know things. I know what is going on, even in all these people's life, more than this Ugo that is talking.
This guy,
the brother that came out and accused Annie Dibia has already gone to apologize again, saying he's sorry, and everybody can even tell the guy is a drug addict. And we all know Annie smokes weed. So what are you saying? You are just coming to say things you don't know. It's annoying. You say
you can't. Hold on.
No, it is really. It's a tarnishing of somebody's
annoying, man. Don't support what you don't know. I've said my own. It's annoying. You don't say things like that when you are not sure.
What you don't know. Oh, hold on. So you take that on board as well. You are just a fan of these people, or you are not anything.
I'm not even a fan. I just know. I know there are some things you just know about.
I know because I know. Is that what it is? Is that logic? I know because I know.
What about me? Who knows somebody who's close to them?
Oh, look at
But
this
you
guy.
are confirming that somebody that his uncle is their friend now. He doesn't know what is wrong. He doesn't know them because he
But
doesn't
you see what ego is telling us is it rhymes more with you just saying I know because I know, because that's not even a thing. That has no meaning. I know because I know. But what
Okay,
ego
me that
is
know
saying
somebody that
is
know
that
them.
by association, the people they gravitate with, they
and
are
that's what I'm
notorious
saying.
drug addicts.
Those are the things I know.
So you
I'm
can
saying
take from that to
I
say that
know them
they
by the
have some,
association,
you know,
how they carry
they at least
themselves,
they are
the
around
thing they got
drugs,
themselves
you know.
involved
So
in,
what
and
then is
most
the
especially
leap
one
to
man. Let me
imagine
tell you
that they take
something.
drugs too?
Let me tell you
You know,
something.
you can't say I
One
know
of
because I
us,
know
It's
now.
some of
Just
just
because
us,
I just know.
some
What
of
does that
nonsense
us
in
mean?
who
this
That
go
has
place.
no
wait.
meaning.
Some of
I just
us,
This
know.
theory
some
Let
of
me
just
please
us,
go very.
nonsense in this
But
very place.
some of us know
back
what
to
is
ego.
going on in that street.
So can
That's what
anybody
you
hear
should
me?
know. And we
Absolutely.
know the people
Why
that are
you just
drug
saying
addicts, and we know the people
nonsense
that are
all
not
the
Am I
drug
time?
still
addicts.
on?
Can you
I
guys
don't
just
expect this
calm down
kind
a
of look.
bit?
I
Hello?
don't expect no. You are fighting for somebody you don't
Oh,
stay with.
yeah.
Eh? You are
Uh-uh.
defending someone you don't stay with.
This case
One
is
You are
man,
this
very
can I
case is
make
funny
a
a
turning to
man, but
statement?
something else.
God
Can
knows
I make a statement?
the kind of brain
Who
you
wants
have
to
in
make a
this country
statement?
or wherever you are.
Thomas,
I think it's
Thomas,
Ola or Thomas.
Thomas.
Let Thomas make the final statement in that space without interruption, and then we move on.
Yes. DOG talk about the guy that came out to apologize. Does that mean that what he said earlier on is not true?
What I'm saying,
No.
Ugo is
Let me
mixing it
finish.
up.
Don't
Ugo
interject
is
me,
calling
please.
somebody else as
No,
He's
let
not
me
going to let
oh
him
finish.
Tell
finish.
this
God.
DOD to quiet when they are speaking. Let this DOD
Let me
let the judge his
finish.
mouth.
Do you keep
When they
quiet,
are
Ugo, when they
Oh
speaking,
God!
speak?
after
Settle
you,
down,
God.
you can
gentlemen. Let's hear
speak.
from
When people
Thomas.
are talking, listen.
Let's hear from Thomas. Let's hear from Thomas. Yeah.
Yeah. If anybody came out to apologize, does that mean what he said is not true? No. Ego doesn't call Adeshua a drug addict. Never. But what is telling you guys that you don't know these people. You
Okay.
don't know them. You saw them in social media. You don't know what they are doing in their secret place, which is very rhyme with what we are
And
saying.
you have
Don't defend people you don't know. You don't know them personally. You can't even trust your wife. You are sleeping. You are within your room. What is doing outside? Not talk less of somebody you don't even know. You are not even met them before. So what are you saying? That is my submission, woman.
All right, thank you. So let me move Ego on from that space. I did kick D out, by the way. I think it left him frustration. They didn't like the tonality of it somewhat. But let me take you to the space, somewhat comical, but really this is how he speaks. God called me 3 times and said ATIKU will be the next president. It is that famous Nigerian prophet, DINO MELAYE. So Dino MELAYE and a bunch of others, led by Raymond Dokwesi, they went to the PDP headquarters to submit articles, nomination form, and expression of interest forms. So they submitted the forms, and on that entourage, curiously, was Shehu Sani as well, ex-senator Kaduna State. But the headline, of course, always Dino, who got called 3 times to tell him that Atiku will be the next president. So prayers answered, Ego.
prayer answered. Prayer answered. You know, this issue of this 2023 presidency, we are watching it closely in this country because it is
Sorry,
the
one
turn
man.
of the South.
Ugo. Sorry, Ugo.
The reason we are watching it closely
Ugo.
is that
Sorry, excuse
because
me.
it's the turn of the South.
Hold on.
Excuse me one more, please.
Yeah,
If
carry
it
on,
is the
carry on,
turn
yeah.
of the South, I expect both Atiku, Saraki, Tambowa, all these people that are running, struggling from the north to have a slot in the presidency to come to the south and endorse someone, just as Southerners endorses them in the 2019 general election. If they fail to do that to the south, I pity my southern politicians, the kind of service they are to the northern politicians. That's my position.
All right,
It's my
thank you.
position. The South should stand their ground and make sure the presidency stay in the South this time, so that there can be check and balance in this power or powers in this country. Before one side continue to dominate this country, destroying this country, no development, no security, no nothing. And then you say we should keep quiet. When we talk, you bring AK-47, you send the DSS, you send the FCC. to come and kill us. We'll still keep talking.
All right, thank you. Have a glass of water, Eagle. D, you wanted to come in?
Yeah. Firstly, Thomas, if you know Annie and you don't know she smokes weed, that means you don't even know what is going on. Secondly, never you make example of my wife when you speak.
Oh,
She's
no.
not an
No, I didn't mention your wife.
Don't ever cite
my
example. When you cite
I
example,
didn't mention your
don't
wife.
ever. You said you don't even know what your wife that you sleep
You
with.
didn't mention your wife. You
say
say you
that.
cannot
Say
buy
that.
for your wife. You cannot defend
I'm
your
not
wife.
saying
Why
I
are you
can
coming
defend
to
my
fight
wife
me?
anywhere
Hold
in
on,
the
hold
world.
on, hold on,
Don't
everybody.
ever, Ugo, don't come
one
into
man.
this, please.
All
Don't
right.
come into this.
Hold on, DOG. Hold
Thomas,
on,
when
hold
you
on.
cite example,
No,
never
hold on.
put my wife as the
All right.
example.
All right. Okay, point made. But I'm not sure that he did. But
I didn't
you
do
can
that.
clarify what you
He
said.
said even your wife that you
Okay.
sleep with in your house, you don't know what they are doing. Don't ever say that with me.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Please, you are misunderstanding
Can you
Thomas.
hold on? Can you hold on, Xero? Yes, I think you may well have misunderstood what Thomas was saying. So I don't think he was referencing your particular wife. He was using that as a generic term. So
yes,
when he said you, I think he actually meant even people, not you specifically.
It's the way it started, one man.
Yeah.
When you start a statement,
No.
DOG, hold on. You said DOG.
Let me finish. Let me
address
address
know that the guy? Hold on now. I'm the one that came and said something.
Okay.
I must have keep quiet and keep malice with you.
All right, go on.
You came and said DOG because the guy said and the guy came and apologized doesn't mean Annie does not smoke. Obviously, everybody knows Annie smokes weed. Everybody knows that. If you don't know, I know Annie smokes weed. And that's what I'm saying. Some of us know all these people and we know some of them and we gist with them and we know what is going on. And most people in Nigeria say no Annie smokes weed. So if you don't know, and that's how you started your statement, like you are referring to me, and you said even your wife, because that's how you mentioned my name.
No.
You said even your wife. That's why I took it like that. Fine, fair enough.
D, can I address that?
Okay,
it's okay. Once you just do that, there is no point. Let's move on.
Okay.
No, I have to address it.
Okay, no, don't say anything, Lord Michael.
Okay.
Let me address it and close off the space. D, firstly, apologies if that was what you heard, but really the apology I suspect might not be necessary because Thomas, I don't think he was referring to you personally, and I can say that with some confidence because I've known Thomas for months, and that is not the tone of his language. I know people that can say it on this platform, but I don't think Thomas would be. But Thomas, if you want to clarify that just with a short statement and then we move on.
Yes, D, if you take it as an offense, I don't even need to apologize because I'm not speaking to you. I'm just speaking in generality that our women generally, I'm not
You
speaking
said your
to
wife
you.
and you started the statement.
Okay, so he's addressing it now to clarify.
Don't apologize. But never when you cite example with me, don't
all right,
use
settle
your wife as an
now.
example.
It's clarified now.
He's trying to refer to your wife. Nobody knows your wife here. Nobody knows
Ego, please now. Ego, don't you know you only.
Let Thomas just clarify this so that we can move on.
Ego, you started this wahala. You are the one who started this wahala.
Oh God. You know, two sessions now is gone somewhat funny, Like yesterday was just I don't even know what happened yesterday, and today is going in that direction now.
No,
so
maybe
I'll have to think about how we do this session.
D, you should know how I speak here. I've never insulted anybody on this platform. If you can cite one example, I am not the kind. So don't take it as that. I will never insult your wife in any way. And if it's rhymed to you somehow, I apologize, but I am not speaking to you as a person.
That's my brother.
All right. So that should round it off there.
And let me say this real quick. First of all, apologies to anybody who feel upset. I want to appeal to each and every one of us. Let us try to talk and listen to the other person. The lady we're talking about today, Annie Idibia, is also somebody's wife. If we come here to discuss, let us have our mind
she's
open.
She's a public figure. She's fair game.
No. I'm coming from somewhere. And let us not direct anything that is going to Let us not direct anything to anybody that is going to trigger some unhappy vibes for people. Let us try to be brotherly and respect each and every one of us so we can continue. We're trying to teach people what's the right way to go. So it will be wrong for us on the panel here to start citing or insulting one another. So please, let us go on smoothly. Thank you, everybody.
Look at the person that is the peacemaker. You are always the first person to throw the first punch here.
Maybe God has spoken to me now. The way other people are saying God has spoken to them.
Like DINO MELAYE.
3 times, so I
don't know. 3 times, so not even once, but 3 times. Is there anybody more comical in Nigerian politics than DINO MELAYE? Just for the comic value, I like him. He's the most ridiculous of the Nigerian politicians, He doesn't take himself seriously. But apparently, he wants to be governor of Kogi State.
I'm my win.
What? One man. Can I say something about that?
Yeah, go on.
I've said this before on this platform, that the northern politicians, I don't know why I'm using the north all the time when I'm talking. I don't want to sound like a bigot, but they should understand what it's called an agreement. If I have an agreement with you, when it's that time, you just don't have to renege. You have an agreement north-south. You should try to talk to your people to be able to vote across ethnic lines, to see the reasons why they should support you, because this is your party. Not you trying to convince your party that they should put you as a first choice because your people will not vote for someone else. Now it shows the immaturity of the North when it comes to politics. You should be able to vote across ethnic lines. You know, one Nigeria. If it's the time for
yeah, go on, next. You go.
Who is talking? Is that a Cyril?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Cyril, I don't know the kind of bigot they will call you, whether it's a southern bigot or whatever, because there is study that has to do with or a northern bigot. There is study that has to do with bigot there. It has to do with common sense with these our Nigerian politicians. If we can support them to be in power since 2015, they should support us to be in power from 2023. For these people to be coming forward and want to wrestle the power from these people that is their turn, I don't buy the idea at all.
Yeah, we are saying the same thing.
Good, that's what I'm with you. I'm with you. That's why I say you are not a bigot at all, because they will call you a regional bigot, which is Southern Region bigot, not tribal one now.
All right, but I'm not sure that I agree with that, because for me, ATIKU is a better pick out of all of this bad bunch that we have in play at the moment. Really? I will have ATIKU over Peter Obi, certainly, because Peter Obi is a lightweight. I will have him over Wike because Wike is too regional. I will have him over Tinubu because...
Can you answer a question?
Yeah.
Can you answer this question? If me and you have an agreement of 4 years, you rule 4 years, I rule 4 years. When it's my turn to compete, you now tell me to hold on. You can win the race better than me. Is that mature?
No. Forget the agrement now. We're
talking about, that's where the problem is.
We're talking about what is best for the country.
Why? Why?
This is why we don't have federal character anymore. Because they say forget this, forget that. How can you forget an agreement you made?
Look at the PDP space now. If they choose a southern candidate in the PDP, they will categorically lose the election. But if they choose ATIKU, they have a 50% chance. So should they choose a southern and just for the purposes of doing agreement and know that they will lose, or to pick ATIKU and stand the chance of winning? So that's the question.
So it's totally baseless having any agreement or having any alliance in Nigeria.
Answer that question. Should they choose a southerner knowing that they will lose, or choose ATIKU knowing that they stand a chance of winning?
Who says they will lose?
Well, you do not know that. Do you not know that?
Okay, why would they lose if they choose a southerner?
Because they don't have anybody in the south that is of the weight to carry that ticket.
But what's the meaning of campaign? Campaign is to tell people about a candidate.
Look at this guy.
What,
we are not talking about campaign now.
The man has run for 6 times. It's enough. We don't want him. We don't want him.
If they put up Peter Obi or Wike or anybody against Tinubu, they will lose. But if they put up Atiku against Tinubu, he stands a chance of winning. But categorically, Wike, Peter Obi, and all of these nondescript people, they will lose.
You will be shocked. Nigeria will shock you this election.
They will lose. So why not go with the chance of winning rather than say you are doing some silly agreement?
Woman, I don't want to argue with you any other way other than the way I just argued. Because if I argue with you any other way, it will deviate from the fact of the matter that it is the turn of the South. I don't want to argue any other way. I don't want to argue another way.
All right. Yeah. All right. Okay. Well, if it's the turn of the South, well then, let them give it to a Southerner. I'm not bothered, but I want a Southerner too. So, but I would prefer Atiku to Peter Obi certainly, or to Wike definitely. Not for any other reason, but for the fact that he inspires more confidence in me than either of those two people.
There's a saying that don't be scared. Don't be more scared of winning sometimes than losing, because when you win but you don't win much, you win at some level. Take for instance, Atiku now wins it. Do you know that it has totally made the South useless? That means they are just a portion of, because it will prove that they are just a portion of the country that don't have any political weight, and it will be a stigma on the South. We should not allow this kind of grave misnomer to happen.
I'm not really fixated on that north-south thing, but really somebody that can actually move the country forward. And
Atiku is the person?
Or Tinubu. I think those are the only two names that can move the yes. Okay, who else can move the country forward?
You just mentioned the names, Peter Obi and Co. And you are debating again.
Peter Obi is a nonsense. Forget Peter Obi.
Okay, the ones that we know that held power before and misused power like Buhari. How did we vote Buhari again? How did you bring him back?
You will see that Wike will defeat Atiku in this country.
All right, we'll see how it plays out. If Wike can defeat Atiku, then he deserves the ticket. But I don't see it happening.
Well,
Atiku is not supposed to be contesting.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go on,
the way the whole thing is playing out in PDP, there's a gang up, Saraki, Bala, and the rest of them. They are talking of consensus, and by their own consensus, it's not just the consensus of Wike. Their own consensus is that it's northern consensus. That's what it is.
Is that not politics?
We know, but what I'm saying is that with those three people ganging up against Wike alone, and like today, I think they went to see governor of Edo State. And I was even thinking of this man, what's his name, the Ovation man, who was thinking maybe he's going to bank on a delegate. Delegate from Edo State to vote for him, perhaps. And then with Saraki going there and Lai Mohammed and the rest of them going to see him, I just see that there's a scheming going on that their consensus, like, according to Saraki and the rest of them, by their consensus, they meant that a northern being the consensus candidate. So it's either of those three people or four people or Atiku. So they are trying to scheme Wike out of this. So it's now.
Do you think they already have?
They sort of. I think they have. They have. I think Wike himself today also went to see what's his name?
Babangida
and the other man. What's his name?
Abdul Salam.
Salam. So that gives you maybe himself is kind of understanding the calculation that if he doesn't go and see these people, probably he might not win the ticket. But even at that too, I think Wike winning that ticket. I look at this very, 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 very.
Rational man, is Babangida still in PDP?
Well, even though he's still in PDP, I think so. Yeah, he is.
I don't think so. Are you sure?
He's still in PDP. Yeah, he is. He might not be as an active. You said?
It was in one other party. I do anyway. Continue.
No, he has always been a PDP man. Babangida has always been a PDP man. No, he's a PDP man. So maybe he's
but
still.
Wike is just spending money, cross Port Harcourt money, Rivers money.
That
he
is
has no political weight.
Well, it doesn't really have.
You see, rational mind, if you marry Atiku's politics, which is already heavy enough, to Saraki's politics, and you are saying Wike can defeat that, how?
That's what I'm saying. I don't see Wike defeating the coming together of these four Fulanis. If they come together, Wike would not be able to defeat them because they've been in PDP long before him. Let's forget that Wike is the one financing PDP as of now. I mean, for the past few years now, they're out of power. But what I'm trying to say is that it will be very, very difficult for Wike to defeat the coming together of these four people. That is Tambuwa, Saraki, Lai Mohammed, and the other one from ATIKU too. Four of them. So I find it very four of them because Bukola Saraki.
They are not coming together. They're not coming together.
Listen.
Tambuwa is running his race. He's even hoping that Atiku steps down for him.
I don't know if you're following the news.
No, they are still running their race, but they are coming. They are. You see them all the time now. They talk
about consensus. So by their consensus, it could be either of the four of them, because Bukola Saraki, I know, is working for Atiku, sort of. And if you know, maybe if not really working for, but I know he's an Atiku man.
There's always been an Atiku boy.
So by his own consensus, I know maybe he's working to turn the old ticket over to Atiku. That's what I think. But then if really he's running his own race by himself, and maybe he's trying to ask other people to look at him as a consensus, I doubt that. Bukola Saraki cannot fly that ticket for PDP. I don't see them giving him that ticket. So I see.
Saraki, you mean?
Saraki, no. Saraki, I don't think Saraki can fly that ticket. They will never give him. So the only person who I think is either Tambuwa or likely that's Atiku. But Tambuwa now with this fraud case.
Why are you putting Tambuwa above Saraki?
Because he's been going by his antecedent being House Speaker, literally is known about his until recently we heard about the fraud case that is hanging on his neck. They see him as somebody who is a possible person from the north, but me, I don't see him having any. I mean, among the PDP people, he still carries weight. But
Tambuwal is corner.
He's from Sokoto State. Yeah, he's
corner.
He's a Fulani man. He's Fulani. So, but then his own politics, you see, what kind of politics? I don't know. I don't really know. He has always talked about, being equal, fair, and all of that. Well, what is fair? I mean, so let's not go into that. So, for me, I only see Wike and Atiku slugging it out. But with those three people joining Atiku, it's going to be very, very difficult for Wike to defeat him. That's what I have to say for that.
All right. And who do you imagine him coming up against in the PDP?
Who?
Who do you imagine him coming up against in the APC, rather, Atiku?
You see, that APC game now, it's very, very difficult to say.
I'm saying that we're seeing it playing out even within their own localized politics. I'm saying that Atiku is a stronger politician than Tinubu. He knows how to calibrate and orchestrate politics better than Tinubu. Because Tinubu is a forceful politician, but Atiku is a tactful politician.
Well, I will agree with you with that. You see, right. Tinubu is a very strong, is a real strategist when it comes to politics. Right. Even though he has been playing regional politics for many years before, until these idiots that he brought in 2015. But the problem with Tinubu now is Buhari is his problem. Buhari and his cabals. I think they're trying to size him. With this consensus now, they're talking about consensus from the south. So they want to impose somebody as, like I said earlier on this, when we were talking earlier, I say we don't have any options because anybody they impose on us in PDP and APC, these are the two people we're going to invariably settle for. But then the thing is that true democracy? When you say consensus, that is an imposition of candidate, because some power that be within the political party says this is who their choice of candidate is. So everybody must vote for him. Why don't you let them slug it out? So if they slug it out without any imposition or any hanky-panky, I see Tinubu clinching that ticket. Except if you withdraws. But then if with the hanky-panky I'm seeing going on, with the consensus the card they're playing in APC, I think the whole thing is to just to skim this guy out. That is Tinubu. Yeah. And if Tinubu clinch that ticket, I don't see APC going into. I don't see them going together as a united front, because a lot of them will be having grudges against Tinubu getting that ticket. Except if Tinubu can reach out to them and maybe really settle that rift among them and really. Because the thing is this: APC will go into that election divided. That's what I see. They will go into that, and then with the likes of Mallam Buhari and
irrespective of who their candidate is, they will go in divided. Because
and that will lead to their loss. That will lead to their loss.
It's because the reason is this. The reason why
it's already
divided. The reason it's going to be their loss, from what I see, is that some people don't like Tinubu within the APC. They don't want him to have that ticket.
Yeah.
And so the other option would be ATIKU. Because already, look at Mallam Buhari. The way we've been seeing pictures or whatever of him having some kind of meeting with a secret meeting with
Malami, yeah.
Malami with ATIKU. So what is the deal they're having? So we don't know. These people, one thing I know about the Northerners is this: Northerners will not vote against their own. The repeat of 1993 will never repeat itself in that country.
But rational mind.
It is going to be always.
The Northerners vote against their own. They did it for Abiola. They did it for Goodluck Jonathan.
That's what I'm saying. It's not going to repeat itself.
Why not? Before it happened, you'd have said it would never happen.
Rational mind. Do you think the South will vote for another Northern with all that?
They will not. That's what I'm saying. They will not. But the problem with you see the South is that there are some sellout among us. If you look at the people on the Atiku's campaign, a lot of them are Southerners who are just campaigning for him. The likes of this guy from Edo State and some other Yoruba, former deputy chief of staff, and all of them, they're all campaigning for him.
Yeah, but that's politics, though. There are a lot of Northerners campaigning for Tinubu as well.
Of course, but the problem with Tinubu is his party is not. There's no democracy, no internal democracy within their party. So with that. It's a problem.
But PDP are also talking about a consensus.
We know. I know that too. So what we're just simply saying, like I said, one man, is that, you see, we only have two options that are evil. I mean, like the same party, imposing candidate on us so that everybody can vote. So that, for me, I don't see that really solving that problem for that country, because it's going to be the same old guards that we're going to be having again. Either way they do it, either by imposition or whatever. I don't see us really getting the real right people to go in there and really turn that country around. That's what I'm trying to say.
All right. And with DOG's idea that this youth takeover of the assembly, do you agree with this narrative that the youth are taking over the assembly?
Taking over what assembly, please? Sorry.
Sorry, not the assembly, the House of Reps, I should say.
Who's taking over the House of Reps, please?
DOG is painting us the narrative that the House of Assembly is going to be taken over by the youth, and that will be their entree into politics.
That would be a good thing, but I don't see it happening.
No,
that's it.
I said the youth are taking over
in Nigeria
because this guy never let somebody talk.
Where there are money bags.
Yes, when there are money bags.
Now, what I was saying, rational mind, is I think there are a few youths in the House of Rep as we speak, likes of Shina Pella. What was this other guy's name? I know there are a few of them, and they are all caucus, they are all friends, and they are in that age bracket of between 25 and 45. None of them is 50 yet, and most of them now are actually aiming to go for senatorial and all that. And some people too are coming into the party wanting to go. The thing that most people here don't understand is everybody is abroad, but most of these people going to contest and going into this party already has godfathers there. And the godfathers know the youth movement is on, and some of them will win the election, while some of them too won't win. But bit by bit like that, that's the way we can infiltrate. All these guys will be outdated. I don't see Atiku contesting the next election again. I don't see Tinubu coming out again. Maybe the likes of them, Bukola Saraki, maybe the Igbos will have a chance in the next elections with Peter Obi and co. But bit by bit, that's the way it could be done. And at some point,
bit by bit, would that country survive the next second winter, or the winter from now?
I didn't catch that.
Is that what?
I didn't catch what you said.
Would that country survive beyond 2023?
If the country survive, exactly, because that's another way of thinking about it. There is a possibility something else might even happen before the election. With
the way the country. So you people are not seeing what I've seen since, Abi.
I mean, I always support you, Lord Michael. You've always said it, and I always support you. And
of course, that's true.
Obviously, everybody.
But DOG, my brother.
Yeah?
Under what party? All these guys are coming out under what
they are
party?
In different
Popular
parties.
Party.
Let me tell you, they are in different parties. PDP, APC, PDP. ADP. Most of them were in different parties before. Some of these guys I'm talking about have actually contested before. Like, it's just like this governor for your state. That guy has contested like over 3 times before he won election. He has been contested under Labour Party. But
I know him very well. I'm your guy now. I know him very well.
His philanthropic work is very, very rooted in Oyo State. People know him. But because of the party...
I know him very well.
So until he switched that party, that's when he won the election. And the guy, to me, is one of those governors that has his head on his shoulder in that country, to be honest. He's doing his best, to be honest. So, and I think this is the way to go. Because if anybody wants to form any party, honestly, it's a long thing. It's a long journey to go to tackle these guys, even if you gather youth and gather everybody.
All right, let's hear from Nasha. So do you chime with that narrative, Rational Mind?
Well, you see, this bit by bit thing, I don't think it's going to work. I mean, it's for me, it's far fetched to really turn around that country with this bit by bit. If we do not get it right, if that country does not get it right, this 2023, which I see is very, very, very is almost impossible to really get rid of these old guards from that from this election, or getting their offices, various offices in this election. I see it very, very, very difficult. I mean, it's because we're talking about the youths, and even these youths themselves. I heard the like of Banky W now has joined PDP. Am I right? Well, I think somebody said that.
Yeah, no, that's DOJ's party man. It's the example that is right.
I just like the idea that he actually understands what is going on, because he could have gone under the same party, and he would be stupid to do that. So he obviously
wants to go and change PDP from within. Apparently,
he doesn't. That's what I'm trying to tell you. An honorable is not a governor. All he has to himself is his constituency, then fight for whatever is going on in the house.
Right.
So, and that's how the changes start, because that's what most people say in Nigeria doesn't understand. If you can vote the right governor, right honorable for your constituency, right chairman, at least your problem is half solved. But everybody concentrate on the presidency. Tinubu president.
Let's hear Rational. We know your thoughts. Let's hear Rational Mind's take on that.
I get what DOG is saying. I wish we can see things play out the way he's saying it, but I doubt if it's going to play out that way. For one thing, like the likes of Banky W joining that party that everybody says is one of those parties that destroyed Nigeria, which is PDP. I don't know how it's going to turn things around within PDP when there are people who are just diehard, and people are just stick in their own ways, and they don't want to change. It's still the same old, even though they are claiming to be different from APC. I tell you, if they look at what Tambuwa was saying the other day, let us just clinch power first, and then we can share the whole thing later. You know, I mean, if you play politics like that, I have to tell you that it's going to be the same old things that we've been saying over the years. Because when they get the power, then they start bringing in his own people to come and chop. You know, so. For me,
it's going to end up exactly like it's not, and he's not going to even focus on his constituency. He may do one or two good things, and that's just it.
And that's it.
But as he wants to progress in career in politics, then he will continue to compromise and compromise. Yeah,
of course too. And then the cost of politics in Nigeria is very high. Imagine, like, okay, we're talking about Tambuwa now, who stole that amount of money, if truly he stole that amount of money, because you look at it. You want to vie for the presidency of Nigeria. You know that's money. It's billions of naira you have to for campaign and everything. So who's going to foot that bill? At least you yourself, you have to bring that money from your own pocket, even though you have to get money from your own associates and the rest. So the likes of Banky W honorarily to contest what's it called? Chairmanship or even councillorship in Nigeria. It's millions of naira. To just to run your campaign and to settle whatever you want to settle, so that you can get clinch the ticket or even get in there. And even when you get in there, and the next election you have to start packing money again and then storing some money somewhere so that you can still also, so the cost of election in that country is another corruption in itself. That festers or that kind of encourages people to go in there and not want to do anything for anybody, because all they want to do is get more money, run another election, or maybe move from maybe councillorship to chairman, or from chairman to. So you see, until we fix so many things in that country is not going anywhere. It's not going anywhere. Tell me, Atiku gets there. Honorarily now, this man is what's his name? Ojuyobo is already campaigning. You know the billions of naira he has already spent. This is not even the main election yet. So this is not even the convention yet. Just going around, meeting different what's it called? The different traditional leaders.
Just the processes of getting yourself elected into any post in Nigeria, it encourages corruption, because
that is it.
Know, even as clean, if you have any intentions of winning any position, you have to spend a heavy load amount of money. And even that House of Reps, you'll be spending, if you're not spending 1 billion naira, you'll be spending close to it, you know,
so
at least hundreds of millions.
Yeah.
So you spend hundreds of millions to become a rep member, and you have to spend that because the people that you're competing with, they are spending that.
Also money back.
And you are not going to change anybody out of their goodwill to vote for you. So you have to spend. So when you spend at least, okay, let's say even 100 million to become a rep member. So you then get to the rep and just collect your salary. Is that what you're saying?
No.
So
that is it. So it's a real problem. That country is just
whether it's Banky W or XYW or E and Z,
you don't expect. Sorry, National Man. You don't expect people to get there and not benefit themselves, but you can still achieve. You can still achieve. Obviously,
what can you achieve? How much is the constituency money? How much is the constituency money is going to get, and how much is money is going to put?
They gave them a lot. As at even 1999, honorable alone, I know monthly they get like up to even probably 7 million or more monthly. That is not just for their constituency. And these people, these guys, they get wardrobe allowance, fuel allowance, newspaper allowance, not their salary, apart from salary. And all these things are in millions.
Okay. How much do you think it will cost to elect an honorable D? How much to get you elected?
It depends on the love people have for you and the groundwork you've done will determine how much you have to spend. If you've been doing philanthropic work and you know people will vote for you, you just need to spend a little bit apart from the money you have to pay the party and buy the ticket and all those things.
So you've been doing philanthropic work, but somebody comes with a bag full of dollars. So they will ignore the dollars and vote for your philanthropy.
That's the thing about local politics. Is the people love. Even if they give them money, they will still go and vote for that person.
So should that
it's only if they rig the election.
DOG, should that not have been fixed during their election? This is their electoral law that they did. Simplify it, make it like, okay, this is the threshold. This is the peak of what you can for campaign money. If you exceed this amount, then you're not eligible to vie for that.
Honestly, rational mind, even the money they use to buy presidential ticket, I said this one time here that is too much. One man said, if you don't have the money, that means you are not capable to be a president. And I'm thinking, how can somebody be paying that much? So how do you even expect somebody that can do but can't? You say if you can't afford it, that means you are not liable to be president. There's a lot of people that might not be able to afford the money that can be good president of that country. That's what one man said that day. I just kept quiet. So
Dele Momodu is still looking for people to contribute money for him so I can go and buy his presidential ticket.
Look at that.
You can imagine that.
And he wants to be president and he cannot afford it.
He's a clown. He should be living with Dino MELAYE. They should be targeting.
You see, Dele Momodu is another option I'm looking at, but you see,
really,
rational mind.
But the problem is that he will never have that ticket because his type will never be allowed because it's not part of the.
What is he even doing there? He's just embarrassing himself. This is just all I see.
You know, this is how ATIKU too started now. ATIKU today.
No. I'm not sure we are mentioning the twin. ATIKU is a serious politician now.
We know, but he started
Dele Momodu is Ovation magazine. Owambe.
ATIKU started in the 90s too, like campaign. I mean, starting like trying to. Who knows ATIKU back in the 90s? Nobody knew him until now because
Dele Momodu just want to put his name in a situation where they will say former contestant of
this is is it? Oh, and then he'll go around the media houses. Oh, they cheated me. They cheated me. Ridiculous.
Well, you see, let's not castigate our own people. The people
Yeah,
that I know the guy meant well.
This is
The
not
guy meant well.
castigation.
It doesn't mean well. He has. Do you think as Dele Momodu, as he's going around doing all these publicity stunts that he's doing, do you think he has any single thought in his mind that he's either going to be or stands any chance of being the next Nigerian president? Do you think he has that thought in his head?
You see,
You are even going far. Talk of a party aspirant. By somebody who represents a party.
It's just been ridiculous, isn't it? It's just,
if you listen to this
like
man,
Lord Michael said, it's just for the attention and the.
If you listen to what Governor, I don't say Governor said, Obaseki. If you listen to what he said, when these people they visited him, it looks like he's changing position now again, because Dele Momodu said that he was there to visit Obaseki, and they were like pledging that the delegate from Edo State will they'll make sure that they vote for him in the during the Congress. I mean during their what's it called, Congress or whatever they call it. So the party primaries for the presidency. But then now looking at what this guy has gone to do, the 3 Fulanis now, or the 4 Fulanis that went there today, it's like he's singing on a new song. You get it? So he says something like, whatever the party says, the consensus the party reach out, that is what we're going to allow. So if the party says, okay, everybody should vote for ATIKU, which means Dele Momodu that has bought 4 million naira worth of tickets, he has to just abide by it. And the delegate.
I don't think Dele Momodu is going to buy that party ticket.
You sure? It's because he's still contributing for it. He's still looking for money. Is that what it is?
Sorry, it's 40 million now. Is he going to waste 40 million on?
Not be money now.
Okay,
money
so
now. They contribute the money give him. So you will have to just.
I don't think he will, because that would just be criminal for him to do that. Why would he do such a thing?
Wow, that's what I don't understand too. I mean, I understand it, but then that's what I just can't just wrap my head around. Like, 40
million is a small house somewhere. It's a small house somewhere now.
Yeah,
even a big house in some places.
Well, you see, he will say himself is trying. He's trying his best to contribute to the movement of that. I mean, moving that country forward. That's what he has been saying.
Well, what do you think his objective actually is? Because as Lord Michael said, it seems to me, I agree, it's just an attention.
For me, I follow Dele Momodu a little bit. I know the guy meant well. He wants to see that country transform. If at least from his interview with Nnamdi Kanu and the rest of them, Showore and the rest of them, I can see the guy meant well. Apart from that too. Even when he does his this is program whereby people phone in, people ask him questions and all of that. During that time of the NSAS, I could see some of the things he said. So rather than make noise and criticize these people, why don't he himself just throw his hat in the ring himself, so that he can just go?
Or better still, put his weight behind somebody that stands a realistic chance. And it's a substantial weight.
We keep saying realistics. Is it the kind of person like ATIKU or?
No, it doesn't have to be ATIKU. We were talking just earlier that left of center voices should coalesce under one person. We were talking about Showore and Banky W and all of these sort of people. So amongst those people that are seeking that change from the outside, they should find a champion from within and lend their voice to that. And that champion, of course, is not Dele Momodu. I'm sure you know that. Yeah.
Let me just chip this in real quick. You see, nobody has said Dele Momodu doesn't mean well. Even me, I mean well. That is why I want Nigeria divided, so that life to be saved. What we are saying is, people like Dele Momodu, the part they should play in Nigerian politics is to fight for a constitutional change, to fight so that people like him will have the chance to vie for positions. Right now, he's a good man, but he's not viable with the Nigerian politics of today. We are only speaking the truth. It's not like we hate him. He's better than most of the guys there, but with the kind of politics they play today, he cannot even win his ward.
But Michael, the question I throw to one man, which I has not really
and it has no antecedent in politics, by the way. It really befuddles me somewhat. All these people with no antecedents in politics,
I think,
suddenly wanted to go for the, D was saying that even if Banky W is starting from reps, they suddenly wake up to say, I have an idea, I want to be a politician. Guess what? I will be president.
I think the game that guy is playing is he's just going to use that to lobby for political appointment when the president and the party wins.
Then he will start building.
He'll start building what? He just wants to chop. Now he's seen what Fani Kayode is enjoying and he wants to,
Yeah, honestly, Dele Momodu look like another
You guys,
that sort of figure, isn't he?
You guys are just trying to, improve their, kind of like interpret their motive for doing all of this. For me, I just see maybe what you guys are right, but what I see is differently from what you people are saying. Because I follow Dele Momodu.
Okay, and what do you see? What do you see when you listen to him?
I see this kind of man who wants to change things around, wants to turn things around. But like people rightly say, he has no antecedents. He has.
So he talks a good game, but so anybody can talk a good game.
Guys, gentlemen, the guys, these people who have been there, the likes of Tinubu, all of them, they have been there.
What have they done?
What have they done? That's so let us not use this thing of they have no antecedent, blah blah blah. Let's just try people that have not had any antecedent. Let us see.
You see, even Showore is more viable than okay, yes. Let me ask you, who is more viable, Showore or
Dele Momodu?
Or Dele Momodu? And let me make that a round robin question. Actually, let's start from X0. So, who is more viable? Who stands a better chance, Showore or Dele Momodu? So, X0, we start from you. All right, we don't have X0. We go to Thomas. Thomas, are you there?
Hey, I'm here, Mama.
Yeah. So the question.
Showore is still viable. Showore is still viable.
More than Dele Momodu. Yeah.
Way better. Way more better.
All right, thank you. And Ego, I think we may have lost Ego. Ego, did you hear the question? Okay, we go to D. D, the question.
Yeah, Showore, of course.
More viable than Dele Momodu.
I don't find Dele Momodu to be somebody that is of the people. I think it's just somebody that wants to make it for himself, and So
do you think he's making himself look silly somewhat? This thing that is he making himself look silly?
Yeah, because every time you come on the thing and be clamoring for people to contribute, you have millionaire friends. They can contribute for you. You don't have to come to social media to be asking hungry people.
It says even if it's 1,000 naira, the way they do in America, they will do $5. It's a
How many of those people
ridiculous guy?
How many of them has he helped before?
He wants to raise $1 billion naira, is what he's saying. He wants to raise $1 billion naira.
It's just a joke. I think most of these people, I've said it once on the platform, some of these people come out, buy form. They know, okay, if once you do that in the party, you have a stand. So when they are doing political appointment, they might think of you, or you can lobby for appointment with that.
Okay, and it even begs another question. They say that it's crowdfunding to buy the ticket. And even Ask Google is saying that he's already paid for that ticket. So let's say PDP then goes the way of APC. They get a consensus and then they order that everybody's money be refunded. So they refund 40 million back to him. So who keeps that money?
Him.
Okay, if it's crowdfunding, he's going to get it. Everybody's going to get their money back.
You see, that's why I said there's something wrong with our electoral system. You see, these are the things that should have been spelled out in the so-called electoral law that they enacted. I don't think all these things were there, because when people, like let me, I don't know if I say this to one man will want to tackle me. Let me say other countries, when electoral money is not spent, it's given back to the system. Give it back.
No, but these are donations, though, not electoral money.
I mean, it's meant for the election. It's for campaign and everything. Is that not always?
Yeah, but who gets it back? So the person that gives 1,000, the one that gives 10,000. So they've given it in good faith for him to get his form.
If it's possible to refund it back, fine.
No, it's almost impossible because with the administrative nightmare of that.
So maybe what they should do is that maybe they should have some kind of. I mean, that is why I said we don't have forward-thinking people, leaders. I mean, the House of Rep. They just make the electoral law that they make is just to benefit their own re-election or whatever. It's not with the future view of trying to bring sanity to that electoral system in that country. We're talking about the amount it costs to run an election. If that has been also put into that election, into the electoral law, probably that would have regulated the whole thing and maybe make it look at okay, election is not about money. It's about what you have to serve to give to the people. If you have the right policy, the right whatever. Somebody's interjecting here. I don't know. Is it Lord Michael?
No, it's somebody's system is actually heavily.
Michael is has muted. So what I'm trying to say in a nutshell is this: if they can bring all this thing that will regulate the electoral system in Nigeria, I think that would go a long way in making people to be able to have that confidence in wanting to elect people. But if they have all these things like we're saying now, they're just about primaries, consensus, and all that thing, that is all they care about. I mean, even the diaspora people, they don't even talk a thing about the diaspora people. You see, that is why, you see, we still have a long way to go in that country. We still have a long way to go.
All right. And to the Sheikh Khali space, rational mind, I'm sure you would have been following that. The imam in Abuja that was critical of Buhari's lack of empathy, especially to the people of Kaduna that were attacked and savaged by the by terrorists. So he was critical of Buhari, and then he was then summarily suspended by the mosque committee. So he doubled down that no, what Buhari did was unacceptable, and they've now sacked him. Sheikh Gumi pointing mocking hands at him, but then it looks as though another mosque has commissioned him. So what are you making of that whole Sheikh Khali space?
Yeah, I've not really, maybe I've heard about him in the past, but I've not really come to know him as, really heard more about him. That is that kind of an activist kind of imam until yesterday or day before yesterday when videos were going viral about what he preached from his own mosque, whatever, to his people. The man said it. He said it right. What he said was the truth. And so, if those religious leaders could be saying the truth that way, not just tell their adherents or their worshippers who worship at their mosque or their churches or whatever, synagogue or whatever, if they tell them go and pray and pray for Nigeria to be better, pray for the leaders. If they don't just tell their worshippers or people that worship at their temples or whatever that way, and they speak the truth as to what is going on, look at the killing and everything, and he's saying that this is what these people should think about when they are going to their election, that any party that has not done well or any candidate that has not done well, think about that when you're voting in the next election. And he was criticizing this man. He says life is sacred, and which is everybody. I think every religion believes that life is sacred. So if a government in power acts like they don't even care about the people that voted them in, that voted them to protect them, too many killings going on under their watch, then they don't deserve to be respected by the people. And the people have the right to ask them to get out of office. So if the imam says that way, I don't think it's wrong. Even I think Adeboye too said the same thing too. So, but then you see the politics of that part of Nigeria, like we keep saying, it's always the way it is. I think one man and some of you already did talk about it here, that you see that northern space, they are very autocratic. It's not known in the South, not as if it's not known in the South, but we in the South, we are more liberal. We are opinionated. We talk about things the way we see it. But we see the people from the North, they bring this high-handedness. That is why they've been able to, over the years, kind of like push their people in one corner and stifle them, whereby even though they are doing the wrong thing, look at the mass poverty in that area. They can't even start a protest. Look at the killings going on in Southern Kaduna and other parts of the North. They could not even start any kind of protest against the government.
What do you expect of them? They are willing to.
That's what I'm saying. So because the leaders from there, they've so much silenced them that they want to introduce that to the South, which they're already introducing to the South. Look at what happened in NSAS, the number of people they killed, and then up to today they could not even account for it. And then after that, look at even our own
rational mind. Nobody was killed. Lai Mohammed said nobody was killed.
That is Lai Mohammed. We all know what Lai Mohammed is all about. So what I'm trying to say is that, you see, they're already gradually not even gradually. I think it's already there in the South now. People look at the kind of we had power failure. The grid failed. We had during Jonathan, look at the massive protest, which even this idiot that is there now was one of those people that led the protest about subsidy. And then look at under his own watch, there was no fuel in that country, and even the ones they brought in were just destroying people's car, and people could not even go on a protest. Why? Because they are afraid for their lives, and maybe complacencies too. So the point I'm trying to make is that they already introduced that their crappy way of living in the North. They've already introduced it to the South, and look at the killings going on in the South too. I mean, in Oyo State and some part of Ondo and some other parts, and then they just kept mum. They don't even want to talk about it. So, gradually we are becoming, we are becoming numb too, like them in the north, becoming numb to. We are becoming numb to the killings and everything, and we just look at this as normal thing that goes on. So, if people from the south does not try and just rescue themselves out of the hands of these people, they will bring that kind of lifestyle, which already is emotion already. So for me, just to answer the question you ask, for me, I don't see, I don't really see anything changing in that country, except there's some kind of mass protest. And then if we in the south, like you said, start a protest, they will look at it like, okay, we are protesting against their own person from the north. So you see, like I've said, one man is only their country can just implode.
Rational mind.
I don't see any way out of this.
Between me and you, do you think protest will work in that country? These people allow us to protest. They won't kill all of us.
It will not change a thing. I mean, we're talking about the same man.
From after 2010, 2020, how many people do you think will want to even do that?
That is it. I just said it. I said,
you know what? I think maybe we should be praying for God should just make it happen naturally. Somebody with the way they are all fighting.
God will not help anybody. You will help yourself. God will not help anybody. You will help yourself. I mean, God doesn't. I don't believe in God intervening in times like this. We, the people, would have to take our own destiny into our hands.
But we've attempted that, and we saw the consequences. Is what
I can't find solution.
I'm talking about the Sheikh now. Talking about the Sheikh.
Woman, I sent you something on Instagram.
Yeah, no, I saw it. Is it the age bracket for the
their own very personal, a religious leader criticizing the government for what they did wrong, and then look at how they treated him. They threw him out of the mosque. They suspended him, and another Sheikh, the so-called idiot political Sheikh, which is Gumi. And we know what he stands for. He stands for the bandits.
I even heard he sacked him after Gumi criticized him. That's what I heard.
I wish.
No, I don't know if it was after Gumi criticized.
Okay, that is what they said on Arise News. So that's what I heard.
They've sacked him, but I'm not sure if it's to do with
they suspended him.
Yes,
but when Sheikh Gumi now waded into it, they now sacked him.
Well, no, I'm not sure that is as
that is what I heard this morning. I'm not sure. Yeah.
I'm not sure that them sacking him is as a consequence of Sheikh Gumi, because I read the sack letter here, and what they are saying is that they suspended him and giving him the time to reflect and recount, and he doubled down on that space. So then they escalated that suspension to a sacking. So I don't know if it's anything to do with Sheikh Gumi, because Sheikh Gumi speaks a lot, but you know.
But the thing is this: why would they sack him? Why would they sack him? That's a question. I mean, is it wrong to say the truth? See, that is why I said, you see these people with their autocratic ways. I don't know. They don't like this. They don't like a dissenting voice. I mean, this idiot that is there, was it not against Jonathan when he was the president? Were they not asking for Jonathan to resign, that he has failed? I mean, imagine Jonathan clamping down on him then and throwing him in jail. What would have happened? The baboon was
all right. Let me bring you this rational mind just to clear up that space. Here are the reasons we sacked Abuja Imam Sheikh Khali. National Assembly Mosque Committee says in a letter. Sorry, can you mute yourself? Whoever is coughing. The National Assembly Mosque Zone E Akpo Legislator Quarters Gudu District Abuja has sacked Sheikh Nuru Khalib as the chief imam of the mosque. The Islamic cleric was initially suspended for his anti-government sermon during the Jumat service on Friday. He criticized the government for its inadequacy in dealing with the rising insecurity in the country. Saudu Mohammed Dan Sadau, chairman of the mosque committee, said the cleric's teaching of political apathy are un-Islamic. Consequently, he was suspended from his position. Reacting to his suspension, Khalib said only God could give or take power from anybody. In a letter addressed to the Imam on Monday, the mosque committee told the imam that he has been relieved of his duties at the mosque. The committee said he had shown no remorse despite his suspension. It said his reaction did not show any form of regret following his sermon. We regret to inform you that from today, the 4th of April 2022, you have been disengaged from the services of the above-mentioned mosque. This action is occasioned by the non-remorseful attitude you exhibited following your suspension on the 2nd of April this year. You know better than me, by the teachings of Islam, the essence of administering punishment is to correct behavior. Unfortunately, your media reaction to the suspension creates the impression that you are not remorseful, not to talk of humbly reflecting on the circumstances of your utterances. Leadership demands a great sense of responsibility. If our words do more harm than good to the larger interest of the country or the public. So on and on. So essentially, it did not show sufficient contrition. I'm not sure how much Sheikh Gumi weighed into that, but
you see, one man, you see, we keep saying it's on your platform here. I've said it from the beginning. I think from the very first day when I started joining your platform here, that one of the problems we have in that country is religion. And until religion is put in the rightful place, in the rightful position, we're not moving forward in that country. Now, you see, this same religion is what people appeal to during elections. But suddenly when it comes to when they have to criticize the government or the politicians for what they are doing wrong, so suddenly they have to remember a part of the Quran, which they always treat. But the same Muhammad also talked about, he also went into religion, into politics during his time. He talked about in fact, you see, the Imam is correct in what he said. Just that sometimes people, they interpret this holy script, the holy writings or so-called holy writings, scriptures, in any way you want to call it, they interpret it in any way they want to interpret it. Some will tell you that no, it is against the tenet of what tenet of Islam. In Saudi, their kings there. Is it not based on their? Is it not based on theocracy? That the king there represent the Allah there as a leader in place of Allah there in their kingdom. It's theocracy they're practicing there, even though it's called monarchy, but it's theocracy. The king is looked upon as, okay. Look at in Iran, they have a grand Qadi. You see that grand Qadi or crown, whatever they call it there, Ayatollah. Is the one that decides. So what are we trying to say? You cannot how do I put it? You cannot how do I put it? We cannot divide, or I'm looking for the word right now.
Separate.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you so much. You cannot separate the two of them. Even though we know that religion and state should be separate. But you see, what I'm trying to say is that the hypocrisy is what I'm pointing out there. The hypocrisy is there. When it's time for election, these people, you see them going to these imams and everything to talk about these political leaders, what they will do and whatever, and encourage their people to go and vote. But suddenly now when they want to criticize them, they should not do that. And look at what the idiots were saying that it's against the tenets of Islam. No, it is not. Islam is also political. So if he talks about
politics started from the church.
Well, if you put it that way too, but what I'm saying is this, invariably is this. If definitely we don't want these people to get involved in politics, do not even talk about them during your election. Do not even go visiting them. Do not even ask anything about it. But we know what these people are. They are just the hypocrites that they've always been. So what do you think you read, one man? For me, it's just crap. I'm not saying you read it crap.
I know what you mean.
What I'm saying,
one man, inside of what you read, there's something I picked out.
Yeah.
What you were referring to the Sheikh, you know more than me. Saying he knows more than you, but his actions, you're starting for the same actions, and you are saying he knows more than you. So is it not hypocritical?
No, it's essentially saying you know better than that is what that really means.
Well, you read differently. But you see, when people talk about God, you see my own interpretation of God. I see God like a mother who has two types of children, one bad, one good. A mother will never kill or destroy his bad child because he's always beating on the good one. The mother will be patient and keep talking to the bad child and hope the bad child will change. Except the good child stands up to the bad child to make them evil. So this is how I want Nigerians to see that God is not going to wake up one morning and destroy these people. We have to stand up for ourselves. By the time we match up to these people, good for good, you see there will be a level playing field or there will be a change. This has happened in Central African Republic, where they were killing all the Christians, massacring the indigenous people. The whole world kept quiet. But the day the indigenous people and the Christians decided to stand up to fight, that was when the so-called United Nations got into their matter and decided to come in and do some peacekeeping. So if we do not do these things, my brother, we are going to go one by one. And I don't
Lord
pray again for
Michael,
that.
are Nigerians ready to fight? And again, can the move of the committee of the mosque be fear of Buhari and his DSS too?
Exactly. Yeah.
But more to the thing, the way they have dealt with this imam now, he's at least for the next 10 years shut down any dissenting voices from that
Exactly.
space. You know, so by him being exemplified, by being made an example of, that narrative that almost is just coming out in his fledgling spaces, in his fledgling phase, because we've been calling for that narrative to come out that, look, you guys are saying this, so how are you positioned? So he breaks cover to say, we also don't accept this, but they've swiftly cut him down. So now that sends a signal right the way through.
But is it wrong to talk about people being killed? Look at what happened on the train. We all know what happened.
It's not wrong. This guy only reflected on what has been in the news in the last 2 weeks.
That is it.
And
So
that was it.
Is it saying something that is strange to everybody? It's not saying what is strange. It's saying what is happening. What happened? Is it not the truth that the government has failed its people? I mean, what happened?
Right. Rational mind. I want to play you a clip and then I want you to react to it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Competent will be praising them and say that, oh, terrorism is happening. That has become so incompetent will be praising them and say that, oh, terrorism is happening. Jonathan is doing nothing. Well done, Jonathan. Are we supposed to do that? We are in opposition. Our job is to look at even good things that they are doing and say they are not doing it well. That is the job of opposition. So we have no apologies for pointing out to Nigerians that this government is incompetent and has failed to provide security. If you say we are politicizing it, fix the problem so that we can't politicize it. Okay? Are we politicizing breathing of air? Every Nigerian can breathe air. We can't politicize it because there is no problem there. But if you fail to supply petroleum products and we say you are failing, you say we are politicizing it. Fix the problem so that we don't politicize it. If you say that there is terrorism, we are politicizing it, eliminate terrorism. 5 years ago, nobody is talking about terrorism in Nigeria. Under Jonathan, it has become an industry. And we should not take advantage of their failings so that we secure the votes of Nigerians in the next elections. There must be something wrong with them. We have made suggestions to the government on how to improve security. They have ignored it. They have set up 5 different committees that have given them recommendations how to address this problem of terrorism in the last 3 years. They have not implemented one. They are incompetent. But they try to blame other people.
So at this stage that we are right now with terrorism in Nigeria, what do you think is the solution, especially on how to rescue the girls?
Look, the government has the solution to this problem. Several committees have given them recommendations. They should just implement the recommendations in their drawer. Okay? As for rescuing the girls, we have seen examples of what countries do when this situation happens. You should have military action on the one hand and negotiation on the other hand. You should not foreclose anything because the lives of your citizens are at risk and you don't want to lose one life. You don't want to lose the life of one person. You don't want to lose the life of 250 girls. So whatever it takes to rescue those girls should be done. If one of these girls was Jonathan's daughter, the story will be different. The only reason why these girls are still in captivity is because they are not the daughter of any important man in Nigeria, and we know it. And if you say I'm politicizing terrorism, go and rescue the girls so that I don't have a basis to politicize it.
So are you in support of negotiation?
I am in support of every option. When you have lives of your citizens at risk, you should not take any option off the table. You should be flexible. You should listen.
So you heard that, of course, rational mind.
Yeah,
that's the
I like the part of
the little man.
You see, that man
the little man from Kaduna State. So he's saying that if you don't want us to criticize you for terrorism, then go and solve it.
Yeah.
So how they say 24 hours is a long time in politics. 5 years is a century. Look how things have changed suddenly. You criticize them and they
cannot even criticize
they shoot you. You know.
So you see, I mean, look at what he said. Even when the government is doing what is right, it's for them to to spin it around and say they're not doing what. Just imagine. I mean, this is the same man that was saying he wants to bring in mercenaries to come and fight, and he does. I mean, does he even understand what the Constitution says? The chief of armed forces is the president. If he doesn't, I mean, you cannot bring your own foreign militias, even your own local militias. You can't even do that. How much more the foreign militias? So
he has already brought in his foreign militia. They are the ones working for him now.
We know they are. I mean, they thought they could control them, and after they use them for the election, and then you see the thing got out of hand. So you see, well, man, you see, we can just continue talking. The best thing for them.
It's just the hypocrisy of it, you know.
It's hypocrisy.
Okay, there's something I need to just say really quick. You see,
okay,
about the Kaduna Abuja train bombing. Do you know that these guys had information that there could be a bombing?
Yeah.
El Rufai told us that he sent 2 memos to the Nigerian Railway Corporation to alert them, but they never actioned it.
Good. So what are you talking about? That means they did it. That means they did it. If they had refused to put some action on it, they sanctioned that action that took place there. Somebody signed on it and said, this must go on.
No, hold on. That's a bit extreme to say.
Dude, that is my own interpretation. You know why? If you see something that you could do to save lives and you refuse to do it, that means you approve of it. That is how I interpret it. I don't want anybody to go my route, but that's my own understanding, layman.
You see, Lord Michael, one thing I'm glad about is that all these leaders that are there today, a lot of them, they've said something in the past, and they're on record. Now look at how this thing is biting them now. It's contradicting who they are right now, or where they stand right now. Like the one you just played now about El Rufai. El Rufai was criticizing Jonathan then, and did Jonathan threw them in jail? He never did. And then look at how they twist so many things, and then he said they lied again. Even though what they are doing is right, you have to twist it around. So you see, it tells you the kind of leaders that country has, and the way the country is going. These are the same people that will come back again, or maybe their own kind of people will come back again, and it's going to be the same thing again. So you see, it's good that we talk about things like this, maybe for academic.
Sorry, Rational Man. When he was talking about Jonathan, was he not trying to say it's even better then? Because they use it as campaign to say there will be security and all that, but it has gotten worse. And I don't think it can actually do a major difference. It can't really make a major impact or any difference with how the support of the federal government when it comes to that case. That's why I said he has submitted. They've submitted a lot of options. There's options on the table that they should open their drawers.
I didn't quite get. Okay, go on. All right.
All right. D, let me address just this. What you sent me on Instagram, which actually, let me put it up on the screen so people can see as well. I think it actually makes the point that was being made to you. So here is D sending in a list of the age bracket of the. Let me put it up so that you can see. Or hopefully you can see. It's very faint, but hopefully you can see. Hold on. Is it on the screen now?
Yeah, we can see.
Yeah, it's somewhat faint.
It's on the screen.
Yeah, it's somewhat faint, but let me talk you through it. So this is what they sent to me. So in the first column is age category, and then in the second column is the 8th assembly, and then in the third column is the 9th assembly. So the first line under the second line, I should say, it tells you the people within the ages of 39 to 40. So in the 8th house, they were 35. And then in the 9th house, they were 31. And then the people between the ages of 40 to 49, in the 8th house, they were 151. In the 9th house, they were 108. So the people between the ages of 50 to 59, In the 8th Assembly, there were 141. In the 9th Assembly, there were 166. So what that tells you is exactly the opposite of the point you were making, D.
It's not exactly the opposite. That's why I say you guys were not listening to me. I said there are few youths now in the assembly, and a lot of youths as wake up. They are waking up now. A lot of people are contesting, and bit by bit there will be more numbers of them. And you say, oh, how many? And then I said there are few in the house. I can't remember their name. That's why I went to bring this chart for you. I'm not saying, oh, there is loads of.
Is the chart on your screen?
I have the chart. I sent the chart.
Okay. So go to the third column, the 9th Assembly. So what that column tells you is that when people enter the House of Assembly, they stay there. They don't leave the space. So the people that were 31, they go into this third row. So that's the 108 somewhat. And then the people that were 40 to 50, they've gone into the so they've all retained. So nobody has left the house and no new person has come
in. That's the point, one man. Some people are returning at that point. Some people are returning and they will have to live there. So some people will come in. Some people are going to move to Senate. That's why I say it's bit by bit takeover. Because if youth come in now, some people will win the election and be part of the numbers and add up to the numbers. At least it will increase now. At least it decreases at the night 4 people. It decreased of 4 from that age we are talking about 4 people left. But what I'm saying is there will be more numbers of that.
No. But that's what I'm saying to you. They did not leave.
They got promoted by age.
No, they are age. They are just now in the next bracket. So the people that were 39 to 40, 39 to 30 to 39.
30 to 39.
So they are now, by virtue of their age increasing, they are now in the bracket of 40 to 49. So they are still in the assembly, but they are older. So they come into another row.
That's what I'm saying. But they still fall under the age bracket we are talking about. So if more people go in, and because some people are returning at that point, they won't contest as honorable again. So some new youths will come in too. They will have to the numbers of youth. Why those people are 69?
The window does not open. The window does not open.
How do you know if the window does not open?
From your chart.
They're not available. They're not available. Those ones will soon join the ancestors. We just have to wait now.
Exactly. So those ones that are 69 are not going to be contesting for honorable again.
They retire at 90 or 100 though.
But they will be looking at something else. Lord Michael, they are probably looking at Senate or looking for political appointment, maybe ministerial appointment or that kind of thing. You see? So obviously, those ones will move off the space. So bit by bit, if another 10, 20, 30 join them, that's 60.
You see those ones that are the 69s to 70s, they will always be in the assembly because they've come to the tail end of their political career and they're just happy to spend the rest of their life.
You can't be an honorable for 11 years.
Why not? What stops
you? You can't recontest after
11 years. How long has the Kuremadu been there? Somebody like Kuremadu, do you know how many years?
There's no tenure. There's no tenure for it. There's no tenure.
Of course.
Did you think there was a tenure?
What of Tinubu?
Yeah?
Tinubu? 99.
She's not the honorable. She's a senator now.
No, it's the same. It's the same thing now. There's no
it's the
tenure.
Same thing now.
So that's what I'm saying. They move. Like somebody like Shino is on that list. Is contesting for senatorial now. So obviously, if another youth coming of his age when he came,
the spaces don't open that often, and not enough of them. You know, they just hold on to their seats now. They hold on to their seats.
So who is going to hold on to his seat when he moves to senatorial?
Now let us watch and see.
Yeah, but that would be just that one space. It's not. There's not enough spaces.
That's what I'm saying. Obviously, some people have done 8 years as honorable. Most of them now are looking into contesting as senator. So obviously, some people are contesting as honorable. Even if you lose the senatorial seat, you won't come back to say you are honorable before. Some people would have won the election, and there are a lot of youth contesting for those positions now. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying there are a lot of youth as they speak.
And you know the senatorial spaces, it's not often the honorables that get it. It's usually ex-governors people, retirees.
It's your
The assembly is come.
political might that determines all those things. Somebody that has been honorable before, if you work yourself around the party and you have grounds on the party, they will give you the ticket if they know you will win. You will win against the
Okay.
opposition party.
Let
But
me just bring.
fingers crossed, we will see.
Hold on. Let me bring you this for just to address what you're saying. 2023, Oshiomhole declares interest in Edo North senatorial seat. Former governor of Edo State, Adams Oshiomhole, has declared his intention to contest under the All Progressive Congress to represent Edo North senatorial district in 2023 election. He made the declaration at an enlarged APC meeting held in his country home, Iyamo, Iteko West local government area of Edo State on Monday. The former governor said yes. The former governor said that he took the decision after due consultation with the people of his constituency, friends, family, and political associates. Many people have been asking me if I will run for Senate. I pleaded with them to wait until our national convention when I would have made up my mind. Now that the APC convention is over and we now have a new National Working Committee, I have decided to contest for the Senate come 2023, Mr. Oshiomhole said. He said that his decision to contest for the upper chamber seat is to provide purposeful leadership for the people of his district, noting that the Senate should not be seen as a sabbatical leave for ex-governors. My intention to vie for the senatorial seat is to ensure that the voice of Afamia land is heard, and my concept of empowerment will be modified, not just giving keke napep, generator, and motorcycle. We should be thinking of how we can bring infrastructural development to our people, he said. The ex-governor, so this is the bit that I wanted you to pay attention to. So this is where I was trying to have a conversation with you around. The ex-governor promised to meet the incumbent senator, Francis Alamikena, who has expressed intention to contest for the third time to resolve who is going to fly the party ticket. So this is Senator Francis. He already a senator 2 times. He wants to go for a third term. But Oshiomhole wants to wrestle this ticket from him. You all know how the incumbent became the candidate for Edo North Senatorial District. He was denied the PDP ticket, and we allowed him to fly our party's flag, which he has used twice to represent us. We voted for him twice, and there is nothing wrong in him voting for me in return. I will personally meet with him because I want us to still keep the Afamia unity together, and I think he will be the Director General of my campaign team for the election. So I have resolved to contest, and I am sure to get the ticket and become the candidate to represent Edo North Senatorial District come 2023. So there it is.
Mr. Oshiomhole does not have respect, too. Eh? You want to assist somebody and you want to make him
he's just going to step him aside now.
I say you want to make him the DG of your this man.
What I'm saying to you is that the space doesn't open up for the youths. It doesn't.
The conversation that got me to say that, we know this is how the system is run. But we are saying, okay, the solution, how people should join the party and how youths are joining the party. That is what brought me to that statement, saying bit by bit, youths will be winning the ticket because there are few youths. Then you said I should mention how many youths is there saved now. I said I can't really put name to them right now. That's why I brought up the list. I'm not saying, oh, this doesn't happen. We all know this happen in even in state level. It happens like that. But now, I said the youth are waking up and they are taking tickets, campaigning, and these youth have their own crowds because most of them are business people and they've been doing philanthropy. And when they gather people, if you see crowd, and a lot of people are thinking of voting for youth now, and the youth are supporting them.
But I want to say something.
I have a lot of WhatsApp group.
I want to say something. But do you know for the next 8 years, they have known who will be on that seat. Do you agree
No,
with me?
they don't know who will
In
be on the
between them.
honorable seat. They don't know. That's why I say those are the
Are you
easiest.
sure?
Hold on, Thomas. Those are the easiest thing. Nobody impeach them. Easy money. If you have your crowd, you will win election. You can easily even tell who will win election in the party. A party knows, oh, if this guy goes for honorable in that constituency, he's going to win. They know who is going to win. That's why they will give them tickets, because they want to gather a lot of people for the party. So it's not something they put politics like governorship or presidential position. They don't really put, they want people to win, because that is what will really make sense for whoever is president or whoever is governor. So they want the party to take all those seats. So they always choose people that will win tickets for all those seats. Those are the easiest tickets you could get. If you have your crowd and they know you will win, you will get the ticket. Let me tell you, that's the fact. And it's very easy. Nobody impeach them. They get a lot of money. If they do anything, nobody checks them. And the fools that are in the constituency, they give people party member money. Nobody even know they're right, that they can go and meet the honorable or the senator to ask for some things from them. They don't. Some people don't even know that. And that's what I'm saying. If people wake up and know that, okay, if you can even start electing the right people from all these positions, people that can at least do a bit, not just chop the money and fly 2 girls to Dubai. And they don't even talk in Naira. That's the funny thing. All of these guys you see in the House of Rep, they talk in hard currency. If you check their text message, I was close to a lot of them from 1999 till date. So I know what is going on. Some of them, meanwhile, they will do their bit in their constituency, but bit by bit, once youths are gathering momentum, there will be momentum in the party to now start speaking out, because all these men will now be getting hold. But if you want to form a new
but
party,
the youth will be getting younger, Abby.
But they will still be of age, because most of these guys I'm talking about, I've said that they are between the age of 40 and 50. So they are still better than people that are 69. Oshiomhole is 69, he wants to be senator. In the next 8 years, is 80. So that's
P
what
is
I'm saying. So
actually
most of
making
these people will
sense.
be tired.
This is a long-term plan to rescue this country from
Hey, but
old
Lord
men.
Michael,
But the
I'm
truth
sorry to
is,
say, even
no,
if
the
you
truth.
vote the
Okay, go
right
ahead.
person, even if you vote the right person now, the good thing is if we start having people in the system that at least in the nearest future it will be getting better, because nobody will even come and solve the problem in 4 years. Even in 8 years, it can just be getting better. But if the system now is now working towards having youthful people with innovative ideas, so by that time, if the right person is there and people are coming in like that bit by bit, it's now hard up together in the nearest future to create that balance that we truly want, because it won't be automatic anyway. The person that can come can just probably solve the issue of security, then start working on economy. But for the country to now develop, you need to start having people in the system coming into the system to join at some point. So it will add up in the nearest future. But if you don't want to have good people, they just want to have good president. It will still work even if you have good president, and the other people are not good. So the
All right.
constituency won't be working. The local government are not working. How many things can the president do then? You know, that's
Okay,
the point.
let me add to what you said and make some small hits there. You know what you said is really good. If our youth will wake up to see this as a long-term rescue plan, but the problem there is, do you think these old men will just fold their hands and watch you take this over? Because I know if this really works, these guys don't even need to campaign. If Banky W is going for House of Rep, I expect people like the Barnes and Don Jazzy and every other person to just come and support him for free, because they would know that if this guy gets in there, he's going to do a good job. He's not going to steal as much as these guys are stealing. But will these guys let them in? Will other youths support their fellow youths? We've seen what has been happening. The ones who they all joined together for the NSAS. Some of them are already choosing candidates instead of them thinking of possible replacements. You know, what you said is very beautiful, but does it have a chance of survival? Are you indirectly suggesting that Sowore should go and
actually, I want to start to round off.
Okay,
So
that's fine.
yeah, so let me start to round off. Well, thank you, gentlemen. So let me start to round off. Let me try X0, who I know has already left us. So X0, are you still there? Okay, thank you, X0. Okay, let's go then to Thomas, who I think may still be with us. So, Thomas, I'm seeking to start round up.
Yeah, Thomas, I want to ask you. Thomas is here, woman. Woman, do you hear anything from Igboho space? Nothing.
No. He's not been in the
no
news.
news.
Yeah,
not in the news. Oh yeah. But I think
Should I tell you what I know?
Yeah, go on.
Yes, my brother.
Okay. He's busy now with the court case of we call them Igboho 12. So Michael has been talking about it, and they are trying to, him and the Alanos. They have Alano 1, Alano 2. I don't know. I know Pakinto is 1. I don't know who is the Alano 2. So they are trying to resolve this whole issue out of case. So that's what he's busy with now. So maybe after that, I don't know what his case is like in Benin Republic. They are supposed to be due in court to squash the whole case and for them to give an explanation why they held him, because till now, there has been no official statement why he was kept in jail for that long time. So that is what I know, hearing that
so
from...
Lord Mike, has he been acquitted or bail?
He's been bailed.
Bailed,
but
not
he has to go there so that he will be acquitted. He wants to be free. So that is the next step. So that's why I said they are still doing court issues. So I think very soon we will have a date in court so that they will know the official statement of what is really going on.
Oh, yeah. Beautiful. Yeah. Because I know as soon as he came out, everything just went silent. So I think maybe one man didn't bring the news because I didn't see any news as well.
It's not been in the headline. So, yeah. I think he's keeping his head down.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I think he said when immediately he come out, they will start shouting Yoruba Nation again.
No. Well, this is not what we were saying about the Kano space as well, that if they release him, he will just fade away into oblivion.
Well, I think they're being discreet. I think they're just being discreet about it because I think they've said that they should not make noise anymore. They should do everything on the ground now. There's no point shouting Odua Republic or Yoruba Nation. It's no point. Everything's about just do it with calculation and do it on the ground. These people were talking about that massacres and everything. We don't even know how they come about. So they do their own thing.
Rational mind. In Koton what they are holding is it can't be hid.
It cannot be
hidden. You have to shout.
But if you
shout, cannot be hidden. You know what I mean?
Your enemies, the Nigerian, the state under the Fulani or the Yoruba accomplices, they know what is going on. When you start giving them idea of what you're about doing, maybe that's when they will start be able to block those areas. So by being hidden about it, by being secretive about it, maybe that will help them to be able to realize it. Now, let's see how that works out, though.
No, you see, the issue there is that the man is still in Benin Republic. If he were to be in Nigeria, it's a different kettle of fish. Or if he were to be in Germany or anywhere he wants to go to, but he's still in Benin Republic, and you don't want to do anything in another man's land where they put you in jail for no reason before, for them to not have a reason to not put you there and throw the key away. So you have to be careful until he gets out of that net.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, one man. Thank you for bringing us together. I would just say I've been having a rethinking, but my thinking I will just hold it to the next section. I think I have to join some caucus on the.
You want to declare for sure?
No, I will declare my intention the next session. Thank you, one man.
So another one.
I'm preparing to go to work. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
May God bless everyone. Thank you.
And you too. Thank you. So it sounds as though Ajanle Koko has captured another one. Also, DOG, have you been captured by the Showore clutches too? DOG,
captured. I'm too deep into politics to know better. So is that a way of asking me to?
Well, yes, I was inviting you to make your closing remarks.
I know better, and I know how things work in that country when it comes to politics. And for us not to be coming here and be deceiving ourselves, we need to look for a solution. And I've noticed every time we ask ourselves for a solution, sometimes we just even get stuck. By the time we think of one or two options, there is always an hindrance somewhere. And that is why I say, okay, maybe we've gotten to a point now we just have to give up and start praying. Not like I meant it, I'm just really joking. But anyway, I would just advise like the youth should come out and vote for the right people they think can really make a difference. As time goes on, things will start changing, because even if we vote the right president at the moment, not like everything will be automatic. So we need people to start coming into that space to keep the good work going and supporting the president. So it has to be a lot of people doing good jobs in the grassroots too. So people should start thinking about the local government chairman they want to elect, the governors, the House of Rep members, even to the state level. So it's not just about who the president is, who is the president, because the president won't come to your streets in Lagos, in Ogun, in Kwara, in Borno to come and tie it. Is the job of maybe your local government chairman, your honorable of your constituency, or the senator or the governor. So people should think deep now and vote the right people in all seats. It's not just about the president. I will leave it there till we meet again. Thank you guys. See you guys tomorrow. Thank you, woman.
Oh, all right, thank you, DOG. So DOG it came in today and gave it full force. So that was full force DOG. So from full force DOD to the elegant Lord Michael. Lord Michael.
My people are hello. Una see say una don't do them again today. Una see as the news done the waka. Well, I want to start by thanking everybody waiting for the comment section there, Now they call downstairs, so they just did the type, they control, they run things. Now they run the town, May God continue to the bless una, I beg, make una not forget. So they always invite people, may they come, they like, may they subscribe, may they come join. Make all of us yarn together, may we they rub mind, so that we go to know what they go for front and what will not happen for back. May we for know how we want to follow these people. Because say now not be politics versus politics again. No. Now us versus them. We don't see the way that they run the things they go. So I want thank Kunas now don't try for that side. So make I still thank the people where all of us still there for upstairs. Still run our own small talk, even though say I come late, I still learn enough today and I still contribute small. May God continue to the bless you now. So again, one quick thought because I know the one raising the matter. Now this Soludo matter. He just did laughable say the man don't show in hand say no what he they do. He don't think say go fit fight ideology. Nobody go fit fight ideology. Just focus on your government, make you run what you can run. If you feel say you go fight your people with sabotage or with conny way, no. Every other politician before you don't promise them all this kind of thing where they come they tell them today and none of them do them. You know go they different. We even know say you did government, you did Buhari economic advisory team. Wait, this now I don't advise the president. Maybe now you follow for people the advice about but I don't know. I trust say you go do the right thing. And they also pray you to look where, make you focus on government, leave Biafra matter, you know, go fit, so that you know go for your hand for the people that already they like you. Just focus on government so that God go bless you. Therefore, the things so they happen for Nigeria, when I don't see them now say the matter don't they change again. Today now this one, tomorrow now that one. I go still just leave them for here. But see what I always tell una. Make una take care of una self first. Make una be una brother's keeper second. Then make una open na eye because things don't they change. It don't they interesting. By this week, deep into this week, into next week now, we go see the one where will they happen. Will they commit that our brother will be shake hand to God because now God they give power, now God now get finance. May God protect her. We don't see say all these vultures one begin chop am because they just talk the truth. The thing all of us know because they come from a mouth. They expect to make it become slave. May they still go suspend and sack Padeboye na Abiade Farat, Abi the other one, they Farasin. You know, all those ones don't talk up, but they not get the mind where they be say, and even the anointing to talk and the way they talk up, the way as it be. Would they pray, make them still just try, make them still begin talk and the way it be. We know say that be part of the problem. Oh. In fact, all those money when they have man, they ask, say, all the 80% where they thief, whether they thief and they go. Some they come in church. I want to tell and say, some they come in church. Make it they ask all those people where therefore they bring the billions and the millions so that they give up. You go nowhere. All the money that they thief, they go. So make a leave for them. Maybe say another day we go reason this matter. Where may God continue to the bless you. We go see you tomorrow by God's grace. One love. Thank you all. Okay, if you say one man don't go peace, not great come back. So that's not my make. I just leave and make you continue from there.
All right. I hope it's just here. One man, are you still there?
Fire down, fire down.
All right. So, guys, thank you all. Lord Michael, thank you for your closing, and I want to thank everybody who are here today and the people in this comment section. I think one man will have to run through their names.
Yes, so sorry, I managed to kick myself out somehow, but yes, closing remarks were taken.
So thank you, one man. Yeah,
go on.
So yeah, thank you, one man again. I think one man will have to run through the names. I can't do that right now. Just want to thank everybody who are commenting and those who are behind the scene who are just watching. And you guys are the stars of this platform, and we want to encourage you to please click the like button, as that helps the algorithm. And also, we want you to also subscribe if you've not. For me, my closing remark would be this country, our beloved country called Nigeria. I was born there, even though I picked up different citizenship. But then I still love my country. That's my country of birth. I have my childhood memories from there. So I want that country to work. But the way it is, I don't think it's ever going to work. I've always said it on one man's platform, another platform, that country, the way it's structured and with the constitution, I don't see it going forward. On the Sheikh we're talking about, the Sheikh, I think he is a comrade, I'll call him, for the fact that he has also joined his voice with the voices of the other people who have been dissenting with this government and other governments in the past, talking about their shenanigans. I think he's a comrade. We should look at him as such. And I mean, I don't know what Gumi has got. We know what has got into Gumi. Gumi is a political sheikh. He's not just. Why don't they say that to the Sultan of Sokoto? As is in the news right now, that Sultan of Sokoto has said, "Buhari does not deserve to be a president." Why did he tell a Sultan, who is the head of the Muslim people in the whole of Nigeria? That's I mean, Sheikh is even small to even Sultan of Sokoto. Why did they criticize him? I mean, so the point is this: you see, we know all these people, they're just all about politics. Whatever they get from the government, they get contracts, and so I mean, the level of sycophancy we've seen in that country is just alarming. And even when they are doing what is wrong, they will still continue singing good song about them. Well, it's up to every Nigerian to decide what they want to do going forward. For me, I'm just a political commentator. I always speak to what is going on in space. I want that country to work, but the way it is, I don't see it going forward. And so for me, the best thing is let everybody go their separate ways. If we cannot do that, let us restructure that country, which I see they would never allow, because they know that it will never work to their own advantage. Those people who are the owners of Nigeria, namely the people especially from the north, and their certain accomplices. So for me, in conclusion, well, I just hope somehow, some way, I think it's, the situation is already evolving in that country. The country is already failing, and it's going to get to that brink where it's going to fail totally. And I see that's going to be the when and how when everybody will have to say, okay, everybody to your tents. And that's when I think maybe the whole thing that everybody has been longing for, a Biafra nation or perhaps an Igbo nation, a Yoruba nation, maybe that's when it's going to be realized. Thank you, one man, and hope to be here in the next section again.
All right, thank you, Rational Mind. Perfectly put. So was Rational Mind rounding off affairs. So that's been the session. That's how it has gone. We've discussed pretty much a whole bunch of everything. But concluded only to reconvene to discuss it even some more. But in the absence of Adan Lekoko, who started the tradition, let me just try and fill in those shoes. Acknowledging, because you see, as I now started to say, the sessions essentially not just the talking heads on the screen, but the totality of the comment section and everything and the talking heads. So that makes the wholeness of it. So we bring it together at the end of the session by acknowledging some of the commentators in the comment section. So Kana Niger, of course, he just does a smiley face. Bonksmog does a smiley face as well. So I don't know what the smiles are for. Maybe that was when I booted myself off the screen. That was what led to some sort of chuckles there. So we see you, Bonksmore and Kana Niger. So what quite Bonksmore mean? Maybe one of these days we'll find out. Ayokunle, Agbolade, pardon me, you know I'm notoriously bad with names, but Ayokunle will say you. J and Kem, there is J right there. Marcus the Great, so at least he has belief in himself, so that tells us that. Jaja of Opobo, we say you, Jaja. Ask Google, we say you. And let's just take a couple more. And we got Rufai Tongai. We say you, Rufai. We see Lanre Dipo as well. So this is not a name that I think I've come across yet, but maybe it's one I've missed not to miss anymore. So Titan, we see you as well. We see Titan there. So this is a guy that's confidence right there when somebody goes around calling themselves Titan. So that shows confidence. Abdul Momoni, Ajanle Koko's nemesis, who's now coming in via Facebook, and on it goes. So we leave it on the Facebook to round it off to reconvene for a later session. So I'll leave it there. Carry the conversation on within the comment section, but here I say peace.